right. Well, it looks like everybody's here and we do have a lengthy agenda, so we'll get the meeting started. So welcome everybody to the December 1st Nantucket Conservation Commission meeting. This meeting is being held entirely remotely with all participants joining via Zoom, either on their computer or phone. I ask that all participants please keep your device muted when you're not speaking so that you're not distracting for the minutes taker or the recording. Please, if you wish to speak, raise your hand virtually or in your camera window and wait to be recognized. If you are speaking, please state your name and any relationship you have to the project. And I do just want to remind participants that any discussion should be around wetlands jurisdiction issues, our bylaw and the state act, to just kind of focus us in here tonight. The public can participate via YouTube, and there's directions on the town's website showing how you can join. So with that, we will begin tonight's meeting under public meeting, public comment on items not being heard this evening. I am not seeing any public comment at this point. So I will go ahead and go through continuances. I don't think we have any unless any came in late. Nope. Okay, so we will begin then under public hearing, notice of intent. We have Stephen L. Cohen, trustee at 6 and 11 East Hallowell Lane, represented by Mark Ritz.
Good evening, Mark Ritz from Site Design Engineering, representing the applicants at 6 and 11 East Hallowell. I believe Steve Cohen is also going to be joining me this evening. We had discussed this project over the last couple of meetings, and at the last meeting, we had a little bit of a hang up on our proposed deck and versus the existing conditions. So I would just like to go over that briefly with the commission and kind of get everyone's take on our proposal. I just want to reiterate some numbers here. We currently have a house and a deck on site. Both the house and the deck are located partially inside the 50-foot buffer zone. Our proposal is to construct a new house, moving the structure of the house entirely outside of the 50, and to reconfigure basically the existing deck. The current deck, which exists on site and which we could keep in place if we so chose, it's an existing structure. We don't have to remove it if we don't wish to remove it. It's there. The existing deck is approximately 33 feet from the top of the coastal bank and has, there's a structural footprint inside the 50-foot buffer zone of approximately 415 square feet. Our proposal is to reconfigure the deck so that it will be 39 feet from the top of the coastal bank at its closest point. And we will reduce the structural footprint inside the 50-foot buffer to approximately 245 square feet. So we're reducing structure in the 50-foot buffer by about 170 square feet over what is currently there and could be maintained there if we so chose. So we feel that this is an overall net improvement over existing conditions. Reconfiguring an existing wooden deck with a smaller footprint further away from the top of the coastal bank will not result in any new or additional adverse impacts to the bank. We're pulling further back, we're reducing the footprint. We think that this is overall a net benefit. It might not be a hugely staggering net benefit, but it's 170 square feet less structure than is currently there within the 50-foot buffer. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mark. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Well, Mark Beal.
Thank you, Ashley. Mark Ritz, can you describe to me what the construction details or other details, the construction process will be for building a new deck in the 50-foot versus leaving it as it is? I think it's an improvement to reduce the size and moving it back. I like that idea, but I want to know how disruptive it'll be to build a new deck in the 50-foot.
I mean, basically, it's going to be, removal of existing wooden posts, existing decking, and it's going to be digging new post holes and planting new posts and constructing decking, largely an area that is currently, occupied by existing decks, so it's already disturbed. The area that will be abandoned, the 170 square feet that will be abandoned, will be replanted with beach grass like the surrounding areas outside of the deck, with the exception of a little bit of a walking path there. It's all beach grass currently, and it'll be replanted with the same material. So it's basically just going to be digging post holes.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners?
Ashley, it's Stephen. I don't know what's going on with my camera, but I just wanted to add, if I could piggyback what Mark was saying, that we'd be happy to have conditions that required, for example, that the construction take place outside the 50 in terms of like the sawing and that kind of materials, just to make sure that the silt fence is in place and those kind of protections relative to what Mr. Beal was concerned about. Those kind of conditions would be more than acceptable and appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. If there aren't any other questions or comments from commissioners, we'll open this up for public comment. Does not appear that we have public comment at this point anyway. Jeff, do we have everything we would need to close?
Yes, you do.
Mark Ritz, would you like to close?
Yes, please.
Is there a motion to close?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Motion made by Linda, seconded by Joe. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Harrisman, aye, Golding,
Aye.
Mizzarelli,
Aye.
Landowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
That carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that moves us on to 34B Wall Street Nominee Trust at 34B Wall Street.
I'm
Representative.
recused from this.
Thank you, Linda. I may end up forgetting by the end for a roll vote, but thank you. This is represented by Brian Madden.
Thank you very much. Brian Madden from LEC Environmental, for the record, representing the applicants. This was application was discussed before the last public hearing, and we had reviewed it in detail. So I can certainly restate any of the project details, but I think we basically were just continuing to allow for some Conservation Commission members to visit the site. And I'd be happy to answer any questions at this point.
Thank you, Brian. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Looks like no. So we will open this one up for public comment.
Yeah, yes, hello.
Hi.
Hi, Eileen and Maureen Murphy. We'll just state for the record that we remain opposed to this. We've sent a letter to the commissioners, and we hope that you've had an opportunity to review that and to review the attachments. Our issues with this application are the fact that we do not believe that the 50-foot buffer zone have been clearly delineated, that even the revised site plan that was discussed last meeting doesn't square with the previous site surveys. So that's one of our big issues. And it's all rather very convenient to have negotiations of where these buffer zones are. There's part of the existing structure is already in the 50-foot buffer zone. I don't think that's debatable. This commission recognized that back in 2010. We view this as new construction, and we don't believe that the applicant should have any protections on anything that was previously granted. He's ripping out some of the structure and extending the house further into the buffer zone. So that's the first thing. And then the only other thing that I will comment on, and I hope you've looked at the attachments with our letter, there really is not a debate as to what happened here with the conversion of the planting area to a lawn. And I know this meeting is not about enforcement, but we think it's rather disingenuous for a flagrant abuse that was, a lawn that was maintained for almost a decade and only converted back to a planting area when this notice of intent was contemplated. It explains, as Jeff Carlson suggested to us in a private meeting, the delay to let these plans take hold. And given that, we don't believe that there should be any consideration of any waivers with this NOI. It would be a reward to someone. And I get it. We've been on Nantucket for 25 years. I see how these applications are handled by various boards. Attorneys are hired, consultants are hired, and people have deep pockets. So
I would like to,
So I just want to make sure that we're not repeating statements that we made last week.
Yeah.
And repeating statements tonight, and that we're staying within the
we're
wetlands.
staying on
yes,
point.
yes. So let me just introduce myself as Maureen Murphy. Again, we're a direct abutter at 40 Walsh, and this structure is going out to within 5 feet of our property line. So it's a very substantial expansion, doubling the size of the existing 1.5-story home to a 3-story full house with a roof walk and a 4,000 square foot house. This is all within the 50-foot buffer zone. Whether or not you debate whether or not they'll do a cantilever deck or not, the deck is really an integral part of this structure. One remedy for not granting a waiver for a deck that runs the full southerly side of the property from end to end, one remedy of that is to not expand this house as much as the applicant is looking to. He could scale back the house and stay within the 50-foot buffer. I won't get into our, concern with regard to the delineation of the buffer zone. We're not engineers, we're just lay people, but savvy and smart, educated lay people trying to understand this. And it seems to me that steps off of a deck that were already in a buffer zone.
I think that we understand that you do
Okay,
not
it's
agree
just,
with-
yeah, exactly.
Yes.
So then the other point I would make is that we are opposed to granting a waiver for the required 2-foot separation to the high groundwater for the crawl space foundation. Please recall and remember that this is an extensive flood zone area. He's going to be within 5 feet of our property. We are down gradient to 34B Walsh, and we're very concerned about alteration of the water tables and increased flooding to our property. We've already experienced it in recent years from his property. We lost our whole backyard a couple of years ago. So we're concerned with that. And again, I'm not a builder or an engineer, but couldn't he get that space from up above and not dig farther down. He's
So-
building a very high home.
Mr.
So
we
those
will-
are, those
we
are
will-
mainly our points. And again, as what Eileen said, a flagrant disregard for previous commission orders, which he was well aware of. When that order of compliance was issued,
So
he was already the owner for 2 years. So we'll end it there. I think you get the gist of what our opposition is to, a project in full transparency. We have been opposed to from the get-go, as have numerous neighbors who have been very vocal.
So thank you.
Thank you.
We hear you, and we received your letter. I know I read it thoroughly, and we appreciate you guys being engaged. We also, especially in the flood zone, can condition projects so that if there are adverse effects like you speak of to your property, you can always report those, but they can maybe be part of an order of conditions.
Well, what's the point of doing that when, you're suggesting giving a waiver against a bylaw when there is another remedy? Is there not another remedy for that?
Okay, so the commission will weigh all these issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
I see Studio Park with your hand up. Please state your full name for the record.
Hi, it's James Kraft from Studio Park. I'm the architect working on the project. I just wanted to briefly speak to the requirements of raising the project. Any addition of any kind, we need to raise above the firm level. So that's kind of a moot point as to what the elevation height is going to be. And any additional work that is being done from a foundation perspective is going to be done on top of the existing foundation, which is already a concrete foundation in place. We would just be building upon it. Anything that's in the new area would more than likely be done with helical piers, which would not have any impact. So there really isn't any impact as it pertains to that from a foundation perspective. Thank you. Just wanted to note that.
Thank you. Okay. Any questions or comments from commissioners on anything we've just heard? Okay, and is there any other public comment? Ian, I see your hand up.
You do, Ashley. So I just want, apart from the proposed cantilever deck, is the new construction inside or outside of the 50?
Through the chair, it's outside the 50.
It is outside of the
No,
50.
disagree.
Oh, okay.
We disagree with that.
Yes, so this isn't a back and forth situation here. We realize that you disagree. You've articulated that in your letter and your statements. Sorry, Brian.
Thank you, Brian.
And how this.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, you just have to look at the plan. They're changing the steps, but where that raised planter
Right.
is going to be a house. That's where their kitchen is. So that is inside the 50-foot buffer.
Thank you.
If I could just
Excuse me. This is not the way we run a Conservation Commission meeting.
all right, we just feel, can I ask a question?
So, well, you have to raise your hand and wait to be called on. And what's happening right now is some interrupting going on, and that's not appropriate.
Okay,
I
my
want
hand is
sure that-
raised.
So if you have a question, go ahead.
Yes, I do have a question. Studio Parks or contention that is outside of the buffer zone make me feel better and make me believe that. Can you please explain how the steps off of the deck of the existing structure, which are documented as being within the 50-foot buffer, are no longer within the 50-foot buffer when all have agreed that the buffer line has moved a couple of feet northerly? So, and plus the fact that this structure is now much higher, the proposed one, than the current one. So I don't think it's possible for those steps to be outside of the buffer. And then if you go on the other side, another question, make me feel better. where
so
that
I am-
stone planter is, that is also part of it, is in the 50-foot buffer.
Thank you.
How can that not be
I'm
in
gonna
that?
ask- I'm gonna ask that you guys hold the rest of your questions because we are getting repetitive. The commission.
Okay,
will-
if you could just, with all due respect, Chairperson, if you could just have the designer who said they're outside of the 50 specifically address that point and make me feel better. And then,
And I will also add that maybe he
so
is referring to, this is my last point and I'll shut up, I promise. I will also add that what he submitted to the HGC.
Okay, so
and he
again,
showed the buffer zones were different.
HPC submission is not what's coming before this board, and I
Right, but
really.
he's commenting in buffer zones that he had shown incorrectly in his plans presented to the HGC.
Thank you.
We'll shut up. We have a problem when something is said incorrectly, sitting by silently. That's our
Thank
beef.
if you could address that, we appreciate it.
Thank you. Seth, before I go to you, Jeff, I just want to confirm that you and Will have been out as staff to look at these wetland boundaries and you are confident in what is on the plan for us.
Yes, just to confirm, we've reviewed that both independently and then with Mr. Madden on site. We revised a couple of the flags as a result of our site visit with Mr. Madden, and believe that the plan that's in front of you accurately depicts the resource area and the buffer zones.
Thank you, Jeff.
So the specific
No,
questions.
we are not interrupting right now.
Okay.
There is another question from a commissioner. We will flush your questions out as a commission and weigh them. I
Thank
assure
you. Thank you very much.
Seth, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trying to choose my words wisely today because I know it's going to be a long meeting, but it's clearly evident from my view of the plan that any structural components other than the proposed cantilever deck are outside of the 50-foot buffer. The deck and steps that are being referenced by the Murphys are plainly listed on the plan as being scheduled to be removed. There will be proposed pavers, but those don't meet the current requirements of a structural element under our current regulations. And then just getting one point in about the cantilever deck, I, more than anybody, I think, am pretty steadfast about intrusion into 50-foot buffer zones. But our job is to protect wetlands. Land is the important part. We don't protect wetland airspace. If there's something that is not touching the wetland at all, if no water is draining into the wetland because of their proposed drainage system, there is no impact to the wetland or the buffer zone. It's just sort of floating above that area. I know it can be hard to wrap people's heads around it, but there's no impact, even though it's extending over the 50-foot buffer. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Okay,
How do you get on the deck from a paver without a step? That question is I'm still at a loss for how the steps.
right.
I realize that they're replacing the steps, but they're putting a set of steps in the same location as the current steps, which are within the 50-foot. So how do you get
Ms.
onto
Murphy?
the deck without going on steps?
So Ms. Murphy, the deck that's cantilevered, I'm assuming there's an interior entrance to get into that deck. But either way, I'm going to ask that you please not interrupt and shout into the meeting without being recognized. It is not an appropriate way to work with this commission. The pavers, as Seth said, aren't a structural element under our bylaw, so they're not steps or stairs. I don't know, Brian, if you have details on how that deck is being accessed that maybe you can state.
Steps.
Yep, no, I'd be certainly happy to answer that question. And sorry, Jeff, if you don't mind just pulling that plan back up, I'll walk everyone through it. So there are proposed steps on the far west side of the proposed deck that are outside of the 50-foot buffer zone. Right in that corner, exactly.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, I hope that answers questions regarding the stairs.
It does not, but I can't say that. My hand is raised, but you're not recognizing me, so.
Okay, right now, I'm waiting for the screen share to drop, so I might be
Gotcha.
having a tech problem. But you know, it clearly shows those stairs are outside of the 50.
Sure, it shows that. Ashley, it shows that, but I don't even know if that was approved by the HDC. And
that they might have to come back to us.
Right. And they've made changes. And the other thing is, it's not just the stairs, it is that raised planter, which is already encroached into the 50-foot buffer, which is going to be removed. And you can see from the picture that was one of our attachments, the house is going to be squared off, and that is going to be an addition of living space.
Yeah.
A new kitchen. So that is what's in the 50-foot buffer. We're not just talking about steps. We're talking about new construction in the 50-foot buffer.
Okay.
And it's just
Thank you.
very coincidental that it clips it on that side right at the buffer. And
You
the
would
steps
have
right out of the buffer.
So I'm going to ask that we stop. If you attended our meetings regularly, you would know that many plans are very close to those wetland lines. That's just the way that it's done. And we thank you for your participation. I assure you that each commissioner is weighing these issues when we vote and when we draft orders and approve orders. So thank you.
Is there enforcement as they're building to make sure it's outside the buffer?
Okay, so I'm going to ask that you ladies maybe mute while we go so that you're not interrupting the meeting. Thank you. So it does not appear that we have any other public comment on YouTube or on the call. I don't think that commissioners have any more questions or comments from what I can tell. Jeff, do we have everything we would need to close?
Yes, you do.
Brian, would you like to close?
Please.
Is there a motion to close?
So moved.
Motion made by Seth, seconded by Joe. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
Muzzarelli,
Aye.
Landowski.
Aye.
Right, that carries with Commissioner Williams recused.
Thank you very much.
And that moves us on to Koshulik at 27 North Liberty Street, represented by Art Gasparo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before you tonight for the second public hearing related to these two side-by-side applications. The commission had requested some additional information, so we provided a revised plan which identifies the species of each of the types of trees to be removed. And some of them, as we had discussed, are the invasive sycamore maple trees. And then there are also a couple of large Quonset cherry trees, which are extremely close to the structures, posing a maintenance problem, as well as I understand it, getting close to some utility lines. So we would like to also remove those trees. And then we have proposed for the one that's closest to the resource area, Tupelo tree in its place. I believe that was the extent of the information that you had requested, and I'd be happy to address questions or concerns that you may have with the application.
Thank you, Art. I have to say, I was surprised to see the new proposed structure on 27, right? That's new from the plan that we saw, I guess it was 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago.
I'm sorry for any confusion on that. I had provided at the meeting what went on the screen, that updated plan that included that structure. And to be clear, that's a not for habitation structure. That's a garage, storage, shed type structure, and it is outside of the 50.
Okay, perfect. I blanked, I think, with my tech problems that happened.
That was
last
my
night.
fault for sort of, at the meeting, but I
Thank
knew it
you.
would be continued, but I understand.
Any questions or comments from commissioners?
Yes, please, Ashley. So Art, I asked you last time if the owners had any plans on planting new trees. And I walk past this property almost every day. And because I live far enough away so that I haven't recused myself. But it bothers me that it's going to be basically every tree is going to be removed. And I'm sure I'm not alone in this, but as a commissioner, this is really more a personal opinion. And please forgive me, Madam Chair. So, but did you discuss that with the owner?
I did, through you, Madam Chair. Yes, Mr. Goulding, I did. And at this time, the proposed tree that he, thought he would put in would be closer to the resource area and not the trees that were further away for replacement.
The single tupelo.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ian. I feel you. Even though they're sycamore maples and not good trees, it's always nice to see a large tree replacing a large tree.
Right.
I think, Mark, did I see your hand up and then I saw you, Seth?
Yes, you did, Madam Chair. Thank you. My question is for Art, and I guess I support the idea of removing invasive species. These trees are beautiful, mature trees. So my question is, will you be replacing them with native trees, or the ones you'll be removing are really quite lovely, and I'm sad to see them go, again, on a personal note, but will you be replacing them with non-native trees? I mean, with native trees? Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, at this time, no, there's the current proposal would only be to replace the one tree that's closest to the resource area.
Thank you. And I do see members of the public raising their hands. I'll go to you once commissioners have finished their comments and questions. Seth, your hand had been up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's about the trees as well, but it's getting it beyond personal feelings, and it's going to say that there are protected interests that must be adhered to, particularly, mature trees provide habitat for wildlife, which is one of our protected interests, and also help, absorb and contain floodwaters through infiltration of the large root system. So I think we're well within our rights to require replacement plantings. I would doubt that we would be able to, replicate the type of mature tree, but we can certainly require replacement plantings to continue to protect those interests. I can't stand sycamore maples and I can't stand Kansan cherries. I think tupelos are nice, but I think we definitely, in the order of conditions, should require replacement plantings.
Thank you, Seth. Mark, I see your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Ashley. Again, I'm wondering if it's not, wouldn't be very disruptive. They're going to be within the 25 on some of those trees. Majority are within the 50. To me, it'd be very disruptive to the resource area to remove those trees. They're big trees, and to dig out the root system, remove the stump will be very disruptive to the resource area. So based upon that, I'm just not very happy with this suggested plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Linda, I see your hand up.
Yeah, just to be clear, through you, Madam Chair, a majority of these are sycamore maples, correct?
I think it was 3 sycamore maples and 2 Kwanzaa cherries.
Okay, and I have had occasion lately up on another section of town to run into these sycamore maples again. And I've had extensive conversations with our tree guard, Dale, about these sycamore maples. They have a relatively short lifespan. They are considered his hated tree on Nantucket because they are invasive. You're not even allowed to cut them down and take sprigs from them to regrow them someplace else. When you take them down, they have to be completely destroyed and eliminated entirely so they do not proliferate by any means possible. So I don't have a problem with them removing those trees, period, along with the other ones, the other 2.
Thank you, Linda. Similar to Seth, I don't like sycamore maples, and Kwanzaa cherries are like one of my least favorites. But just the mature tree aspect is what gets me. And Seth nailed it articulately with the habitat provided, and allowing more infiltration from rainfall and decreasing runoff. So I think those are good reasons for trees to remain at least somewhere. Art, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did just check in with the owner, and he understands your concerns and is amenable to replacing the trees on a 1-for-1 basis. Each tree. He was willing. He thinking that a tupelo tree, may do well there, given the wet feet, if you will, and the adjacent. If that was amenable to the commission, then we would agree that for each tree removed, there would be a tupelo tree planted.
Thank you, Art. That's definitely makes me more assured about this project. So I appreciate that. Any other questions or comments? Mark?
Yeah, Art, thank you for making that phone call. I appreciate it. That alleviates my concerns. That was very, very, very good. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So if there,
if I just head off to, this might come up in discussion, and I would assume like a 3-inch caliper tree, if you're gonna specify something. If not, let me know. But that was sort of what the applicant had in mind.
Okay. I think that's probably realistic. I don't know if anybody else, I'm seeing a head shake yes from Mike, thumbs up from Will and Mark. So I think yes, that sounds good, Art.
Thank you.
So if there aren't any other questions or comments from commissioners, we'll open it up for public comment. I know we have Margot Montgomery, who had her hand up first. Margot, if you are speaking right now, you're muted.
Okay, now can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. Good evening to everybody. I hope you're having a good one. I just, as a neighbor, and very aware of this project for many years. Again, the trees are probably one of the biggest concerns that the neighborhood has because they are mature. We totally understand about the sycamore maples, and replacing those would be great. The cherry trees, there are 3 of them. And I spoke with the owner of Surfing Hydrangea just to ask him, are they really invasive, and is there a problem with them, and, are they diseased? And he said they're one of the most popular trees. Everyone loves them, and they are beautiful. I can see all three of those trees from my yard. And so I know that they are beautiful, very mature trees. And probably the placement of where they are is more of the problem, because in my opinion, what is the point of tearing out mature trees only to put in another tree? And I'm assuming that it would be in another spot, but that's just a concern of all the neighbors. And again, it's the, holding the soil, absorbing the rainwater, not, they serve a habitat purpose. So that's a concern of, just the neighborhood in general. And also just when you approach the neighborhood, there are all those trees on that property, which you see as you round the corner near the parking lot of the Lily Pond. So yes, replanting them would make a difference. But it just seems odd to me that you would tear out, healthy, mature trees to replace them with little ones. And so that's one point. One of the other points that I had, and I'm just really confused with whether or not there are actually 4 specified lots right now. There's been so much that went on with these projects that I'm not even sure that there are designated 4 lots on this. And if you can enlighten me on that, that would be great. No?
Yeah, I mean, as far as the submissions to us, it's been submitted as 2 separate lots, 27 and 29.
Okay, all right. Well, that helps.
Yeah,
I'm assuming that's a clarification, but.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Art has anything to clarify there or any more information. Art?
I'm sure, Madam Chair. In the upper right-hand corner of the plan are the owner references. So while there are, various parcels that comprise the overall lots, the ownership of 27 is held by Jeffrey Koschulik, and then the ownership of 29 is with Jeffrey Koschulik as trustee as Nantucket Realty Trust. So that's how the 2 applications and the properties are grouped.
Okay.
Thank you,
I guess
Art.
that's helpful. All right. And then I also had sent some photos in of that back area, which you're calling out as a, well, it's on, let's see, on your map, it's in the beginning part of the application, the green background, which is maybe page 2. So it shows, no, it's not page, I'm looking on the wrong application, I think I pulled this from the 2029 application. There are photographs of the back section of 27, which is full of water, which is, a fairly common occurrence if we get a decent amount of rain. But then when you look at where the wetland has been delineated, it steps back, kind of goes around that wet part of the property. And so I'm just wondering if that 50-foot line, like kind of where it comes from, because the back section of the house, which is existing in the 50-foot, is and part of the deck is still within the 50. And I get it with the garage being out of the 50, but I'm just curious if, like, restoring this area that they're saying, restoring it back to a wetland, but then it's not being called a wetland for the purpose of, how the wetland's designated. So I'm just curious about that back sort of squared off part of the line that says remove pre-existing, restore and restore the wetland.
It looks like Mr. Gasparo might have an answer for you there. Art, did I see your hand up?
Sure, yes, Madam Chair, through you. I see her point in that, obviously we're taking the buffer zones from the line that's shown in blue on the plan, which is your current resource area, but would essentially be showing an expanded resource area. However, I don't think for buffer zones, it's going to be a material difference because the way that wetland jogs back, the buffer zone is essentially taken as a radius from that corner point. So whether you were to offset that line or the way we did it right now would be to, as I said, take a 50-foot, radius from there. And then the other limiting factor is off of the flag that's located, I guess it would be the southeasterly most flag by the dimension along that easterly property line. So, while we are showing the buffer zone to the existing wetland, I think that the expanded wetland, it would essentially be the buffer zone would essentially remain the same.
So you're saying even though you would restore that area that's got up to the point where it's got a red line?
Right. If I threw, again, not back and forth, but through you, Madam Chair, I would answer essentially correct. I mean, there might be a slight difference, but for the most part, because of the offsets, the taken from points that are further to the south, or at least equivalent to of where that line would be, then I see that essentially as being the same.
Okay, and my only last comment is, and I guess it's not, I'm not sure it's germane to Conservation Commission, but the garage that they want to put at the street and side to the garage, it seems to me that that's kind of really invasive and I wouldn't say, and I know it's more HDC situation, but just coming down the road and, seeing the side of a garage up next to, the street in one of the most historic areas, it just doesn't, like, that seems weird to me.
That unfortunately is way out of our jurisdiction.
Right. So you're just about, so if they go to HDC and say, well, we have this garage this direction because of the 50-foot buffer. I'm just curious if that's something that aesthetically, if it's more appropriate for the street and the setting.
Yeah. So we, don't really look at aesthetics, but we are protecting these wetland buffers. Often projects will go between boards where we might approve something, it goes to the HDC, they don't love it, they shift it a little and it comes back for an amended order. So I'm not sure how this will play out, but the aesthetics of that building is outside of our purview.
Okay, so just back to the trees for a second. So you're saying that it doesn't really matter if they take down all these trees as long as they put something back up? Is that?
Yeah, so I mean, sycamore maples are documented invasive. So generally speaking, we would want to remove trees like that and replace with a native species. The Quonset cherries, although they are widespread around Nantucket and people think they're beautiful, those double flowers don't really have a lot of pollinator value. There's not a ton of like wetland habitat value in those trees. I realize that when they bloom in the spring, people love them. But there could be a more appropriate swap out for the wetland resource area as far as like water absorption. Something like a Tupelo thrives in a wet setting, where a Quonset cherry isn't as well suited for something like that. So you might get more water retention, et cetera, from a native wetland species.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I see we have Joan Hoyt on as well.
Hello, yes, thank you for recognizing me. I just have a couple of comments and a couple of questions. I live at 30 North Liberty Street. that has been my family home for my entire life. I'm a native. And I'm very familiar, very, very familiar with this property and the land surrounding it and the Lily Pond area. And I can certainly attest to the fact that that is very, very wet back there. But my question, one of my questions is that I recall a previous owner of that property working every year, every summer when she would come down to try to fill in that area and try to gain more lawn from the area that she has at the back of her property. I would suggest that this was not necessarily done with permits, but it was an ongoing project. And what I would like to request is that if the commission could look at the historic wetland boundaries of this property, I think you would find that what is indicated as lawn currently some of it is actually in the wetland. And I believe that that is the reason for some of the way the wetland jogs. A couple of the commissioners have mentioned the jogs around this property. And I think that's one of the reasons why. So I would urge you to think about looking at the historic wetland boundary rather than what it looks like now, because it didn't used to look like that. And that was not the original format of it. And so I think claiming that as lawn area, perhaps Mr. Kachulik isn't aware of this, but claiming that as lawn area, I don't think is accurate.
Thank you. Wetlands do shift through time. Nantucket also does have a history of filled lands since, people settled here. So there are, changes that have happened. I'm sorry you've noticed, filling going on this property. In the past, I know that's one of the reasons we look at soils as well as plants when we look at wetland boundaries. So Jeff, I guess this is another good question for you. Has staff and for Will been out to confirm these wetland boundaries? And do you agree with where they are?
Hi. I went out to assess the wetland delineation on the property. And to my assessment, everything is accurately portrayed on the plans. That area that gets really wet there, that is the area that they're proposing to do some remediation and replanting and whatnot. So my assumption was that they know that area is wet, so that's why they want to, do some wetland restoration in that spot.
Thank you, Will.
Yeah.
Ms. Hoyt, do you have any other questions or comments?
Yes, I would like to go on the record also as a neighbor that the idea of cutting down all of those trees is very disturbing. It will very much change the character of our historic neighborhood, and that would be too bad. And finally, regarding what is wet and what isn't down there, I know Miss Montgomery has provided photographs of the pondish area with ducks down there, but I would verify, I would second that and say that a good part of the time when there's any rain, it's like a pond. So at any rate, I'm sorry if you can't look at the historic boundaries, but I understand your comments, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to ask these questions.
Yes, and thank you for participating. It's always good to have abutters and the public aware of these issues. So thank you. Any other questions or comments, either from the public or commissioners? Doesn't appear so. Do we have everything we would need to close? It's to Jeff and Will.
Yes, you do.
Yes. Okay. Art, would you like to close?
Yes, please.
Is there a motion to close?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Motion made by Linda, seconded by Joe. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
Mizzarelli,
Aye.
Landowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. And I realize we kind of discussed a lot of this last, but we have Nantucket Realty Trust at 29 North Liberty Street, represented by Art Gasparo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to extend your meeting or belabor any points. I think we did cover them both sort of simultaneous, but any other questions you have, but same comments from the previous hearing, we would replace those trees with Tupelo trees of 3-inch caliper.
Thank you, Art. Are there any questions or comments? Looks like no from commissioners. I'll throw it out to the public. Again, any questions or comments on 29? Also looks like no. I'm assuming we have everything to close this one as well. Art, would you like to close?
Yes, please.
Is there a motion to close?
So
Motion
moved, Madam
made
Chair.
Ian got you on that one, and I'll give Mike the second. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
Mizzarelli,
Aye.
Landowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Art. And that moves us on to Easton Street LLC at 55 Easton Street, represented by Brian Madden.
Thank you very much, Brian Madden from LEC, filling in for Bracken Engineering, who filed the application. Proposed project involves raising and relocating the existing structure with some additions, a shed, some decks and porches. The dwelling is being shifted a little bit to the south. It's going to be elevated and reconstructed on a crawl space foundation with flood vents in compliance with flood zone building code standards. Flood zone elevation is elevation 7 here. The first floor elevation is 9, proposed 9. The entire lot is within the flood zone. There is an isolated vegetated wetland located further to the north that occurs on the opposite side of an existing structure on the property to the north. A portion of the structural aspects do occur within the 50-foot buffer zone, and a waiver has been requested for under Section B for previously developed conditions between the wetland and the proposed work. The proposed project is designed to enhance interests related to flood storage and storm damage prevention with that elevated crawl space foundation with flood vents. In all likelihood, that foundation will be within the 2-foot separation high groundwater. But an improvement over existing conditions. And again, it is sliding a little bit to the south, closer to the roadway. There's proposed perimeter infiltration trenches for roof runoff. And, all disturbed areas will be returned to pre-existing conditions. And turn it over to questions.
Thank you, Brian. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Ian, I see you with a magnifying glass.
You do. So Brian, on page 26 of your application, there were no delineations of wetland boundaries. And on my iPad, am I alone in that?
I think the IVW was picked up after the original application and then subsequently added to the plan, and that's where you see the older boundary. It's a boundary I flagged on that northerly abutting property sometime in the past. And if we remember that wetland, it's a small pocket wetland surrounded by development. It's all phragmites. But it does meet the definition of a wetland.
So, I mean, we just seem to be going backwards and forwards now about construction within the 50. And I guess I should keep this strictly professional and ask what are the mitigating factors that you're proposing?
Well, the waiver that's being requested is for the presence of that offsite structure between the wetland and the proposed work under that waiver request B. Outside of the control of the applicant and developed conditions, we don't have a fully vegetated 25-foot buffer zone or anything to that extent. The structure itself is being relocated slightly further away from the wetland itself. And then it's going to be raised on the new foundation that's compliant with flood zone standards. So it will be an improvement over existing conditions as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ian. Seth, did I see your hand up?
Yes. The first thing is, in terms of the shed, is that proposed to be elevated as well, like on a sonotube or anything like that? And if it's not, I would request it would be, because we can't, inland subject to coastal storm flowage, reduce the ability of the site to absorb and contain floodwaters.
Ryan, you're muted.
Oh, I am. Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you.
Sorry. I was just gonna pull up the plan again to take a closer look at that. Okay, so the shed you're talking about, the 198 square foot structure. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how building code handles that, if that would just contain flood vents. Certainly, I don't think of the shed itself would necessarily need to be elevated per building code requirements. But certainly if the commission wants to put like a condition in there that there can't be any storage of hazardous materials or otherwise, that would, I think we've talked about that in the past on garage projects, where there's no leak potential during a flood condition. But I don't know if the commission would be on board with that.
I think that's definitely a condition we put in. Seth, does that answer your question though?
Sorry, just
yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, just to jump in, it will be on sonotube, so it will be slightly elevated. I don't think it will be necessarily above the flood zone elevation, but it will be elevated, and it will be anchored as well.
Thank you. That answers my question, and I don't think we in our regulations need it to be above the flood zone. We just need it to not prevent absorption or the ability to contain floodwaters. So I think if it's elevated on sonotubes and water can flow under it, that's fine. The other question I have, Madam Chair, if I may, or it's more of a comment. I'm not entirely sure that the waiver under section B that they're requesting is applicable to this project. I mean, if you read what it says, they're talking about, resource areas that are previously altered and not within the control of the project owner or applicant. And I know we have documented this before, like when it comes to roadways or things like that, but I'm not necessarily sure that, well, I don't know the history of the northerly site, if the if the resource area is indeed previously altered or not. So I want a little bit of clarification on that, please.
Thank you. Brian?
The extent of the offsite conditions?
Yes, please, because if you read the waiver, it's talking about, you know, the resource area itself has to be, or maybe I'm reading it wrong. Yeah, just you can just disregard that.
Yeah, I mean, I've always interpreted it, so it's when portions of the buffer zone between the work and the resource area are previously altered and not within the control of the project owner applicant. They're cited as examples as public or semi-public pedestrian and vehicular access ways, but I don't think in the past the commission has necessarily limited it to just that. I mean, I think a structure is more disruptive than the roadway or something like that.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Seth.
Yeah, sorry if I may, just one last thing. I'm just worried that if we apply this here, that it's going to set, or it's going to, you know, I don't believe in precedent, but it's going to show an example that everybody who has an offsite neighboring wetland is just going to say, oh, that wetland, the buffer zone between that wetland and my project area has been altered, so it no longer applies to my property. I don't think that's what we've interpreted in the past. I think we very much have interpreted that even if you have offsite wetlands that cast buffers onto your site, you have to comply with the requirements of that buffer or seek one of the other waivers under long-term net benefit or no adverse impact. So just want to be careful here. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you,
think.
Seth.
Oh, sorry, through the chair. Do you want me?
Yep, go ahead, Brian, and then Mark, I've seen your hand up, so I'll make sure to go to you next.
Okay, thank you. I'll just be quick. So if the commission is uncomfortable with that waiver request, certainly I think a long-term net benefit improvement here could be applied for the movement away of the structure away from the resource area, and then the improvement of the foundation to a flood compliant structure.
Thank you, Brian. Seth, does that make you feel better?
I know Jeff wants to say something about it, but it makes me feel better personally.
Jeff, I know your hand was up and then you put it down, so I don't know. If you,
I had it up because I was going to provide some clarity and some history on that B, since we don't see it much in waiver requests, but I think Seth answered his own question. So, but I tend to agree. I mean, I know Brian and I talked about this at great length. I think you could probably make a case for a request under all three of them. But I think if the commission feels more comfortable with one over the other when they're discussing an order, we're happy to help craft whatever that may look like.
thank you, Jeff. Mark, I'm going to you now, finally.
Thank you, Ashley. Brian, when you were drawing this plan, the one that we received in our packet did not have the wetland delineations on it. Did you consider moving the house more forward to get out of the 50-foot barrier? Because you still have some room there to move, and I didn't know if that would eliminate the need for maybe as dramatic a waiver as you're asking, or any waiver at all.
Yeah, I think, and I know this commission's not too interested in this, but I think you may run into some HGC issues with moving the house closer to the roadway. And I believe where it's relocated kind of lines up with the abutting structures to the west and east. So I think that was a limiting factor there.
Mark, go ahead.
Well, I just think it may be hard for some commissioners to allow this substantial construction in the 50-foot 50-foot zone. Thank you, Brian.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Looks like no, so we'll open it up for public comment. RJ?
Thanks, Chairman. RJ Dargan on behalf of the Nantucket Land Council, through you to Brian. I might have missed this, but is this going to result in a reduction in square footage inside the 50? Thank you.
You RJ, Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair. I don't know that definitively. I don't have that at my fingertips, unfortunately, but it is moving further away. That, I mean, that northerly jog, which is at least 5 feet by 40 some odd feet, or maybe 30 feet, is being eliminated, but I don't have that specific number. Sorry.
Thank you, Brian. Any other questions or comments from the public? Looks like no. Brian, I'm kind of interested in the calculation RJ just asked for as well, just because we are now questioning which waiver is going to be applied. So I think knowing a square foot reduction within the 50 would be helpful in determining what waiver is best applied here. I don't know if you're willing to continue and provide that information, or if anybody else has a similar question. Ian?
Yeah, no, I share my fellow commissioners' concern about, about an addition within the 50, although I grant the applicant that it's a beleaguered wetland, so to speak, in a relatively urban setting. But I would like to see them make some effort to justify it, because at the moment I don't feel like voting for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Brian, I see you trying to talk.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I appreciate everyone's comments, and I think I'd like to request a continuance, and we can provide that number, that comparison, and hopefully the numbers will jump off the page.
Okay. Thank you, Brian. So, and I'm embarrassed, Jeff, is our next meeting on the 15th, or do we have a 3-week?
We have a 3. The next meeting is on December the 22nd.
Okay. So Brian, this would continue until December 22nd?
Please, yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that moves us on to 36B Lily Street LLC at 36B Lily Street, also represented by Brian Madden.
Thank you very much. For the record, Brian Madden from LEC. I'm also joined by Sarah Alger and Dan Bailey. So the proposed project before you is construction of a new dwelling, single-family dwelling on a secondary structure with appurtenances. This is the same identical exact project that the commission approved most recently in August 2021 through a minor modification request. But just to reiterate the history here, because I think it's important to review it in detail. So back in 2017, there was an application for redevelopment of 36 and 36B Lily Street. The order of conditions was issued in November 2017. There was a need to go back to HCC through a series of revisions, and construction began in November 2019 with the demolition of the existing structure at 36 Lily and some renovation to the structure on 36B, followed by the excavation of a new foundation of 36B Lily Street in January 2020. Everything in February 2020 was put on pause as the land bank inquired interests of acquiring both parcels. And then COVID occurred and suspension of all work activities took place. Land bank eventually purchased 36 Lily Street in February 2021. Redevelopment exclusively on 36B was subsequently permitted through local boards, and the Conservation Commission issued that minor modification request in August 2021, which is the same exact project that's before you right now. We did come in with an order of conditions extension request, which was granted, but it was appealed. And for the fact that the majority of the commission members present did not vote to approve it, it was ultimately the injunction would likely hold, but work ceased following the court's decision. But in the interim, the foundation for the northerly structure was completed, and some other site improvements did occur. But the structure, the primary dwelling was not constructed at that point in time. More recently, in September 2022, excuse me, I met with Jeff Carlson, Land Bank, and the Land Bank's wetland consultant, Horsley Witten, to reestablish the wetland boundaries on 36 Lily Street and extending across the way. And what you see before you is the updated wetland boundary, along with an updated land subject to flooding boundary that's reflective of existing conditions and agreed upon out in the field. The revised wetland delineation has now pushed a portion of the proposed structure within the 50-foot buffer zone. It includes and also extended across a portion of the existing structure. There is currently 121 square feet proposed of new structure within the 50-foot buffer zone, in comparison to 74 square feet under existing conditions. That's a difference of 47 square feet. Now, in between the proposed structure and the wetland, again, we have somewhat of a developed situation where there's an existing, the old stub of the old gravel driveway that remains to date. So we have pre-developed conditions between the structure and the resource area itself. A portion of the proposed work associated with the turnout to the driveway, which is intended to be gravel on the west side of the driveway within the way, does occur partially within the 25-foot buffer zone and a portion of the local limits to the land subject to flooding. And just to state it on the record, this is an observed local land subject to flooding. This is not a mapped FEMA flood zone area. This is only protected under the bylaw. So the transition from a grass to a gravel surface will not affect the land's ability to absorb and contain floodwaters. Actually, probably the interstitial spacing between the gravel will actually allow for more flood storage capacity. But this is not an area that sees heavy flows. This is, there's water that flows down the driveway and around the corner. And these are the upper limits of the flood zone area. Now, associated with the proposed project and the structures, again, what's being proposed is a monoslab foundation with helical piles that minimize intrusion into high groundwater. It is designed to avoid adverse impacts to groundwater, and proposed runoff from the structures on the north structure is going to be redirected to a subsurface infiltration system. and the primary dwelling, there will be perimeter stone infiltration trench to accommodate runoff from the structure itself. Within the southerly portion of the lot, what's been allocated is at least a 15-foot wide area between the structure and the southerly property line to accommodate the room necessary if the town is going to pursue a formal easement for the drain line that connects the Lily Pond ditch out to the town drainage system. In years past, that drain line has been in somewhat disrepair, but seems to be working relatively well under existing conditions. But there's adequate room that's been accommodated to allow for that easement. And only the gravel driveway is proposed within that footprint. As part of the application, we've made a series of waiver requests for the proposed structures for the portion within the 50-foot, the driveway turnout within the 25-foot buffer zone, and the 2-foot separation to high groundwater. We feel that, again, we have pre-developed conditions between the resource area and the proposed work. And the proposed structure will result in improvement over existing conditions. We are proposing to install some shrubs, wetland shrubs and buffer zone shrubs and a couple trees along the property line, on the westerly property line, as close to the resource area as feasible. And we did submit a landscape plan on that end, including bayberry, arrowwood, inkberry, sweet pepper bush, American holly, and eastern red cedar. Again, we feel that the proposed project has been designed to avoid adverse impacts to resource areas through the monoslab foundation supported by helical piles. Alternatives were dismissed that may be a little bit more intrusive to high groundwater. And with that, I'll turn it over to questions unless Sarah or Dan have anything to add.
Thank you, Brian. Arthur, do you have a question that needs to be asked before commissioners ask their questions or comments?
No, I'll come in afterwards. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Any questions or comments from commissioners? Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to put my comments into sections. The first is more of a general thing. It's that I'd like to remind everybody that no decision of prior conservation commissions ties current conservation commissions into a way of acting. I think it's clear that the realities of this site have changed since 2017, especially given a updated wetland delineation. And I think that to look at the site and just to say we're going to propose the same thing, even though the proposed structure now intrudes into the 50-foot buffer, isn't really a relevant way of moving forward. I definitely object to the proposed structure within the 50-foot buffer. And I would like to see that redesigned to be outside of the 50-foot buffer. Also, in reference to the proposed relocated and renovated structure, I've had the opportunity to be on this site several times. The structure that is proposed to be relocated and renovated is in what I'd call a very dilapidated state. And I think it's probably been in that state for multiple years. So I do have concerns about how that's going to go. I would assume that when you pick it up and start to move it, it's gonna be more like a almost complete rebuild of the structure rather than a renovation. So I want to make sure that we're calling things what they are, and making sure that we're not doing a wholesale rebuild of that structure in that place. Also, just if you look at the site generally, you're looking at an almost complete build out. Even the areas where there are, no structural elements proposed, there's significant paving and decking at grade. And I'm very concerned that all of those additions in totality are going to significantly reduce the ability of the land and adjacent lands to contain water. So I think we need to be really careful about that. And then the last thing is related to the proposed gravel drive and gravel parking. In my opinion, don't think that gravel is more pervious than grass. I agree that grass can be difficult to maintain in a good condition, especially if, let's say, cars are driving down it. But I don't see the justification for the gravel drive to, go off to the west. I think there's better alternatives and other technology, including just keeping grass or doing some stabilization to the grass, things like grass pave potentially. I think there's a real benefit to considering alternative technologies rather than putting gravel on that way. So thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Ian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is through you to Jeff. Jeff, am I remembering this incorrectly? Wasn't that the way going down there? Wasn't that supposed to be temporary back in the day, and now it sort of seems to be permanent?
The way that leads from Lily Street down to the site?
Yeah, wasn't we, that was supposed to help trucks get down there, and it's sort of, right now it's fairly impervious.
So that way has always been in place to some degree. I think the area that you're thinking of that was temporary was on, I'll get the number wrong, the Lot A, the piece that the land bank owns where they installed that driveway. But the way they led down there has always been, it's definitely been improved, but it's always been some level of dirt and gravel with a little bit of mixture to get from the top of the hill kind of toward the bottom.
Well, so I lived right across the street for many years, and it was like a cart track going down there, and until when it was still owned by the lady who had the lamps there, it was a grass center strip with dirt and going down. So then when it was sold, it was more or less completely leveled, and that aggregate or crushed aggregate or stone or whatever it is there now. So it bears no resemblance, unless my memory is completely faulty, to how it used to be when I lived across the road. And I thought that was supposed to be temporary.
I'll have to look into it a bit more, Ian, to jog my memory too.
Well, great. Thank you, Jeff. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Mark?
Thank you, Ashley. I too am concerned with the density of the site, particularly building within the 50-foot zone. I assume there's be 2 dwellings here, which is fully allowed by our zoning code, but I think it's a pretty aggressive use of the site, particularly when they're going to be asking us for lots of waivers, and particularly building in the 50-foot zone. I think the structures need to be scaled back and out of a 50-foot zone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. I know I have to agree with my fellow commissioners who've spoken out about the structure within the 50. I've kind of been with this project since the first round of approvals. And there were easier ways to justify kind of where structures were placed when we had mitigation off-site. And we've gotten a lot of evidence from abutters of the really difficult to manage stormwater infiltration problems in this area. And I'm concerned with the density on this site that it will exacerbate issues here. And I would like to see a reduction and more of an attempt to keep the wetland buffers intact. Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one thing that I forgot to say that jogged my memory. I appreciate the applicant, coming forward with the landscaping plan, and the species on there are great, but if you think about the quantity that'll actually be needed, at least from a theoretical perspective, to offset the loss of the ability of the land to infiltrate water, I think you're nowhere close to the amount of plantings that you would need. And given the very dense proposed development on the site, there's very limited ability to have additional mitigation. I think that gives us even more reason to say it might be better, might be wise to actually reconsider the structural elements before we get too far down into the mitigation road.
Thank you, Seth. Ian, I see your hand up.
Well, I just want to agree with my fellow commissioners on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Looks like no, so we'll open it up to the public. I know we have Arthur Reed.
Are you ready for me, Madam
Yes,
Chair?
Yes, and then Ms. McLean, I do see you and I'll go to you next. Go ahead, Arthur.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. I represent the Loweys, direct abutters to the property, who live at 40 Lily Street. And first of all, I want to say that I think that Seth's initial comments on this really laid out exactly what the problems are with this project. First of all, we are dealing, in fact, with a new application. This is not a continuation of the old application. That was not timely extended, as the court determined in connection with the hearing on the injunction. So they're back before you with a new application, and it must be treated as a new application with the benefit of what we now know about the location of the wetland boundary and how that has been changed as a result of further study and work that has been done, so that you are now being asked to approve a very extensive project, including intrusion of the proposed new main house considerably into the 50-foot no-build zone. In addition to that, the area which is going to be used to access this house during the construction process is entirely within the 50-foot area, and presumably will extend into the 25-foot area where they want to expand the driveway to the west. And that is going to be presumably, when you look at it, where any staging of materials and construction will take place. And we're looking at a site, even though this is already to some extent a disturbed area, we're looking at a site that, as has been noted and as other people will point out, has very difficult hydrology. And the effect of the work being done in that area is, I think, inevitably going to have an adverse impact upon that hydrology and therefore upon the wetlands that are associated with it. So I think that this project, as it is presented, again, there's room enough on this site for a project to be done that isn't necessarily as large doesn't take up as much of the site, all operating within jurisdiction of the commission. And simply needs to be moved outside the 50 foot, which also would allow more room on the site to deal with the staging process during the course of construction and reduce the impact that it would have upon the wetland resource area. So on the basis of that, I think that unless this project is amended considerably, that you should issue an order denying the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arthur. And Sarah McLean, I want to go to you next.
Hi, thank you very much. On behalf of the abutters, I don't need to repeat anything that Arthur said because he touched on a lot of our concerns as well, but I will reference something that one of the commissioners had asked in terms of the crushed stone that was placed down there. And then also it was one of the waivers they were requesting had to do with disturbed land in between that and the buffer. And that would be the crushed, what used to be part of the crushed driveway area that is now enclosed and is owned by the land bank. But the applicant actually is the person that put all of the crushed stone on there. And it is part of the, or it was part of the initial conditions that all of that material be removed. So I'm sure that when Jeff goes back to his documentation, he will see that all of that does need to be removed. And I guess our big question is, once you remove that, right now, the slab that is there, which is on the helical piers and is a monoslab and is supposedly the new foundation for that moved structure, the structure that will be moved, is almost all the time within 6 inches of groundwater. Sometimes the groundwater is actually covering it. So, you know, they've talked about dewatering during the process, and that has always been a problem. You know, they were trying to do it for, you know, months and months before. The core 10 steel that would be required for the new structures foundation would actually be right on the line of the land bank's property and would certainly fall within the 50-foot buffer and very close to the 25-foot buffer. So those are things to consider. But as neighbors, we would love to see something that's much smaller on this site and that does not encroach on that buffer. Thank you.
Thank you. And Rachel Freeman, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name's Rachel Freeman, and I'm here representing the Nantucket Land Bank, and we are direct abutters to this site. And similar to everything that has been said both by commissioners and Mr. Reed and others, we feel strongly that this is full build out. This is not a great area for full build out of this site, and we really feel that putting anything, you know, structure within the 50-foot buffer to this vegetated wetland is not a good idea in this area. There is so much water and so much hydrologic pressure. And this has all been, I'm reiterating what everyone else has said, but we are just pushing water around in this area. And there's the stormwater system is not functioning well, and the depth to groundwater is less than 2 feet. And, you know, I do not concur that gravel is more pervious than grass. I believe undisturbed land is going to be the best methodology here for allowing percolation and pervious surfaces and for managing the water, which we expect not to be less in the future in this site, but potentially more. And this park provides such important filtration services and water storage, and we just don't feel that any waivers should be granted that would negatively impact the health of the vegetative wetlands or the capacity of water to enter the ground through the pervious surfaces. So we are requesting that the commission really consider strongly not allowing these waivers within this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rachel. I see Tom's iPad. Could you just state your full name in relationship to the project? Oh, you're muted.
You're muted. Tom, you're muted.
I think he's turning it off.
I got it. I'm sorry.
There you go. That's all right.
See, that's not, I haven't started cocktail hour yet. I'm not going to reiterate. I'm just going to be brief.
Could you just state your full name for us in relationship to the project?
I'm Thomas Lowy. I'm the abutter, the prime abutter next to the land bank. I agree with everything that everybody else has said in objection to the project. In addition, I would like to say that this is a very unfortunate location for a building project in terms of building a structure there. Just doing the minor repairs that they've done so far in the foundations has caused a lot of difficulty for us. They've broken our fence innumerable times. They park on our sidewalk. We can't get into our home. And the idea of a real construction project going on with no place to turn around a truck is really appalling. So that's what I have to say. And the second thing is that since they put down these foundations and the hard pack ground cover, our backyard has gotten wetter and wetter and wetter. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for your service and for being on these committees. It's great.
Thank you for your participation.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the public? I'm working with 2 screens, so I don't want to miss anybody. I don't think we have any other public comment. Oh, I see you, Dan Bailey.
Are you recognizing me, Madam Chairman?
Yes. Yes, Dan, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, so you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. I'm here as a representative of the owner, Lily Pond, and there are just a few things that I'd like to comment on in response. Sarah Alger is also here. You've got 2 lawyers today. I've been involved in the litigation, so that's been my role. But I was asked to appear tonight and try and deal with some context. The commission has previously approved this exact project. While Mr. Engelborg is right that a current commission or any board is not bound by prior actions of that board, you cannot lightly ignore what you have previously done. There's got to be an awfully good reason. And part of the reason here is that delineations have changed. We understand that. But to hear these comments, you would think that the massive flood that loosed Noah has come about in the last 5 years. There's 170 something feet within the 50. This is not a substantial change. So, yeah, there's a change, but the commission approved it previously. The commission approved an extension. The court, that is pending in court. There is no final resolution of that. This is not new. And I also want to speak, I'd also like the abutters to identify where their properties are. I mean, we've had abutters say, Mr. Lowy did say where it was, but Ms. McLean did not. I have no idea whether she's a direct abutter or 450 feet away. But the other thing I'd like to do is speak with respect to the land bank. The land bank's position here is disingenuous and in bad faith. They did a deal with my client where my client offered them to buy the entire property. They decided not to. They bought part of it, and they were in a butter as a result of that. Now they're coming back. The obvious and tacit deal there was that Lily was going to come back with a proposed residential dwelling on this site. And now the land bank is coming back and opposing it. That is wholly unacceptable. And, we will fight that as hard as we can.
So, Mr. Bailey, that's not within our.
I know that's not within your
Right, so
jurisdiction,
we have
but
a
I want
really
to.
long agenda, so I want to make sure we're sticking to our jurisdiction here.
Okay, I will go back and stick to your jurisdiction, and I appreciate the comment because you're right, and I'm getting a little wound up. But what I encourage the board to consider is nothing's changed.
We're not eating yet.
Okay, and that we'll go back. I mean, there are some legitimate comments in good comments, and we understand that, and we'll go back and we will respond to those. But the situation here is no different than it was 3, 4, 5 years. Oh, the other thing I wanted to say is what really changed here is COVID. COVID shut down this site.
So,
and don't tell me that that's not relevant, because it was directly relevant to the extension request.
right. Yes, the extension request, but if you guys want to wait for the extension request to proceed through the courts, that's kind of a separate thing than this NOI at this point. And it sounds like you guys are pursuing that route, but right now we have this application in front of us.
I'll accept that.
All right. Thank you. And I would
I'm done.
Thank you. I would like to ask Ms. McLean, if you're still on, can you state your physical address for us?
6 Gull Island Lane. So I'm one property over from the applicant.
Okay, thank you. And I apologize for not making those addresses clear. Ian, I see your hand up.
You do, Madam Chair. Thank you. 2 points. To Mr. Bailey, in fact, I was not part of the last decision because I was absent. So that eliminates roughly 13% of the commission, if my math is correct. And also the difference between the wetland boundary on page 55 of this application and page 57 is really significant. So I can't say that I'm persuaded when you say that nothing has changed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ian. I want to make sure we don't have any other questions or comments at this point. And I'm working with 2 screens, so I don't want to miss anybody.
Chair, may I make a comment?
Yes, I think I hear you, Sarah, but don't see you. Yes, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I'm here. Sarah Alger. I also represent the applicant, as I think you know. I just wanted to mention 2 things. First of all, the way has always been something that was going to continue. It provides access not only to our property, but to other properties as well, including but not limited to the land bank property. And second, I just want to say that my clients have not created the wetland problem in this area. That's an ongoing issue. We've worked with the town. We've tried to help the town ameliorate what I think is a major issue with the town drainage system that may or may not be failing, that goes through this area. The Lowy property is actually up gradient from us. So to the extent that they're having problems, it's not anything that's being created by our site. And I just wanted to be sure that that was clear on the record.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
So hopefully I haven't missed anybody. Brian, at this point, what would you guys like to do?
I think we'd like to request a continuance to the next meeting. Certainly we'll take all the comments received under advisement and I can report back.
Okay, thank you, Brian, and thank you everybody for participating here. This will continue until December 22nd.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, that moves us on to Sylvia at 63 Tennessee Avenue, represented by David Haynes.
Good evening. I'm afraid you're in for a terrible disappointment because I'm going to bore you completely with this project. You will be happy to hear. I'm representing the Sylvias at 63 Tennessee Ave, corner of Tennessee and North Cambridge Street. This is a septic system replacement, taking out an existing functioning system, replacing it with a new leach field and an IA system. All work will be outside of the 100-foot buffer zone to a bordering vegetated wetland on the other side of North Cambridge Street or on the other side of Tennessee Ave and crossed North Cambridge Street. So we're outside of the buffer zone. It is entirely within land subject to coastal storm flowage. And we are because of that, and with a high water table, we have to mound the leach field up. We are providing 100% compensatory storage on an incremental basis. So all flood storage will be displaced, will be maintained, and infiltration rates. The septic tanks have to go in at an elevation. There is a pump. It is a pump system. The septic tanks have to go in that will be at or near the water table, or actually looks like below the seasonal high water table, and may require temporary dewatering during construction. There is a proposed basin over in the western portion of the site that we will discharge to temporarily, and then once the tanks go in on a gravel base, that will cease. That is well outside of the buffer zone. And the compensatory storage, we are asking for a waiver for work within 2 feet of the water table. We're saying there's no reasonable alternative. No, excuse me, we're not asking for that waiver because we're outside of the buffer zone. So we're asking for a waiver for the placement of a septic system within land subject to coastal storm flowage, and we are asking for it under the provision that there is an overall net benefit, increased water quality from the improved septic system. With that, I entertain any questions. I hope you weren't too bored.
Thank you, David. We need a septic upgrade at this moment to get us even again. Any questions or comments from commissioners? Looks like no. Any questions or comments from the public? Also looks like no. Jeff, has staff been out to review the site? Or Will? I don't know which one of you.
Will is going to answer these because he's there, but yes, we have been.
Okay.
And we do have all the information to close to.
Perfect. Thank you. David, would you like to close?
Yes, please.
Is there a motion to close?
So moved, Madam Chair.
So I'm going to give it to Mark. He beat you with his hand, but I'll give you the second. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Harrisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
Mazzarelli,
Aye.
Landowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
That carries unanimously.
Thank
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that moves us on to, I guess it's Hale and Lamb. at 24 Pilgrim Road, represented by Leo Asadorian.
Good evening. I hope you can all hear me.
Yes.
This application right now is an extension of the previous notice of intent that we filed 2 years ago. The applicant would like to do some additional work. Number one, there's an infill area within the structure itself. There's no lateral extent of the building. It's not any closer to the wetland than its existing face of the building is shown right now. They basically put a spiral staircase in and opened up on the second floor and added a portion of the building as a second floor in that area. The second portion of this application is, and as the photographs show on the notice of intent that I filed, there's an existing stone fire pit. And he was going to place, or he wants to place, a 10 by 16.5 foot cedar pergola over that existing fire pit on top of the stone patio that's already existing. The closest any portion of the overhang of that pergola will be about 60 feet from the existing bordering vegetated wetland. And third part of this application is the construction of a 24-foot by 10-foot, 6-foot high cedar fence in the corner and position shown on the site plan. And the purpose of the fence is for privacy. He has abutters that are close to the property line and wanted to afford some privacy between his property and the abutter. And that's pretty much it. Like I say, the order conditions that we received back in November of 2020 is still valid. We're still doing some work where the owner and myself have been working with the landscaper. We're trying to get a suitable vegetative growth going both on the north side of the property and the south side of the property. But everything's been proceeding. We just need another growing season before we come in with that previous notice of intent to apply for a certificate of compliance. But it's straightforward. Again, we're not going any closer to the wetland. There's this. It's straightforward. That's all I can say.
Thank you, Leo. Any questions or comments from commissioners? Seth, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have concerns about the proposed board fence, specifically the section that extends south, because it extends past the 50-foot buffer zone line. And under our regulations, a board fence would be considered a structure. Something like a split rail fence isn't, but I would request that the fence either ends northerly of the 50-foot buffer zone line or change to a non-structural material, please.
I don't think it'd be a problem to shorten that up and stop it at the 50-foot terminus of the wetland setback of 50 feet. So we can do that.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Looks like no. Are there any questions or comments from the public? Just make sure I'm not missing anybody. It looks like there are no public comments at this point. Will, have you been out to check the site?
Yes, and we also have everything we would need to close.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Leo, would you like to close?
Yes, I would.
Is there a motion to close?
Motion to close, Madam Chair.
So Ian got you with his hand, so I'm going to give Ian the motion, and I'll give you the second, Linda. You get most of them, I think, anyway. Yeah. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Harrisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
Mazzarelli,
Aye.
Landowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. Thank you, Leo.
All right. Thank you very much.
And that moves us on to Kaiser Realty Trust at 43 Millbrook Road. And we have Brian Madden on for this one.
Thank you very much. Brian Madden from LEC representing Pete Kaiser. I'll just wait for the site plan to be pulled up. Excellent, thank you. So the proposed project involves construction of a garage within the southwesterly portion of the site. There's a vegetated wetland off of a small pond that extends onto the easterly portion of the site. The portion of the garage, about 230 square feet, occurs within the 50-foot buffer zone. That's an area currently occupied by lawn, privet, hedge surrounding a parking spot for a vehicle. The garage has been sited to maximize the separation to the vegetated wetland. At the closest point, it's 35 feet. And basically the limiting factors are the side property line being 10 feet, which we're at the minimum, and 10-foot separation to the existing leach field under the driveway. That's a Title V requirement. The proposed garage is going to be on slab. It will be maintain a greater than a 2-foot separation to high groundwater. We are proposing a subsurface infiltration system directly behind it that would serve to receive roof runoff and be collected for infiltration purposes for recharge. As mitigation, we are proposing a 1,340 square foot invasive species management area, restoration area. That's an area that was previously utilized for storage purposes and has since overgrown with dense invasive species, primarily bush honeysuckle, multiflora rose, and bittersweet. We are proposing to plant high bush blueberry, arrowwood, and bayberry within that area between the 25 and 50 foot primarily to restore that area. That represents almost a 6-to-1 mitigation ratio for the proposed portion of the structure within the 50 foot to the management restoration area. And as proposed, we feel that the project will result in an improvement over existing conditions and will not result in an adverse impact to the resource area. And with that, I'll turn over to questions.
Thank you, Brian.
Oh, sorry, Madam Chairman. Just to interject, I know it's stated in the notice, but this is a garage that's not proposed for habitable space. This is for storage only, for Pete's business. So it's necessary for this accommodation, but I'll turn over to questions.
Thank you, Brian. Ian, I see your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Brian, so you said that it was a 10-foot setback, but it looks as though it's 30 feet from the western boundary.
There's a mark for 10 feet on the southwest edge of it.
Yeah, but the property where the main house is, there's the boundary that it says 10.1 feet, and the north, is that the northwest corner? You see what I'm saying?
I apologize. I don't follow.
Well, this proposed garage, I don't see any reason why it can't be fully outside of the 50. And it would appear to be at least 30 feet from the property line.
Okay, I follow now. So within the driveway, within a light rectangular footprint is the approximate location of the existing soil absorption system. That,
but
the
that
garage,
could be moved.
What's that?
That could be moved.
Well, I don't believe that there's any other location on the property where it could be sited. I think that was installed in the furthest when the house was initially constructed, as far away from the wetland as possible. I'm sure it was outside the 100-foot when it was initially constructed, but is now within. But I don't believe that there are there is an ability to move it any closer towards the property boundary.
Well, it would appear from the aerial that you have cars parked on top of it,
Oh, yeah,
you know,
yes,
so,
that's true.
yeah.
But
Anyway,
so
it's just, you know, I'm going blue in the face, objecting to this, to constant applications that are trying to be built within the 50, no build, no disturb. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ian. Seth, I saw your hand go up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I agree with Ian's points as well. I do have some questions for Mr. Madden. The setback, 10-foot minimum to the existing soil absorption system, is that a Board of Health requirement or a building requirement? I don't think it's our requirement.
no, I believe it's a Title V requirement, and a Board of Health requirement for a slab foundation needs to be 10 feet minimum away from leach field.
So with all due respect, I would ask the applicant to consider an alternative foundation system or go back to those other boards and request a variance there, because I understand the point of the garage, but it really shouldn't be within the 50-foot buffer. I would also say, the mitigation proposed with invasive species removal is nice, but it's sort of a result of mismanagement of this property historically, whether, I don't know if it was by this owner or others, but it's as a result of, improper storage of materials within the wetland buffer zone, which probably prohibited or proliferated the invasive species there in the first place. So I would say respectfully, I object to this proposed garage location and to seek a variance or a waiver elsewhere. Thank you.
Seth. So Brian, similar to Ian and Seth, when I saw this one in a structure within the 50, I thought, okay, this is going to be a sticky one. I do always appreciate invasive species management and that sort of mitigation, but it can be hard to justify, mitigation for invasive species that might be a one and done and they come back and the structure's there forever. I was also wondering if you and the applicant considered revegetating some of the wetland. It appeared from the plan, and I am somewhat familiar with this site, but it appeared from the plan that there's a lot of lawn area that actually goes within the wetland boundary, and if actually revegetating that had been considered.
I could certainly talk to Pete more about that, and certainly understand and respect all the commission's feedback to date. I can't speak about the ability to obtain a waiver or variance or whatever it is to encroach closer towards the soil absorption system, but certainly we can pursue that a little bit further. That was a question that I asked initially to the engineer, and 10 feet is the bare minimum, but we can discuss with town officials to see if waivers could be issued for that.
Thank you, Brian. Are there any other questions or comments from commissioners? If not, we'll open it up for public comment. I am not currently seeing any public comment. So Brian, what would you like to do here? Would you like to continue until our next meeting?
Yes, please.
Okay, so this will continue until December 22nd.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that moves us on to Purcell at 32 Dukes Road, also represented by Brian Madden.
Hello again, Brian Madden from the from LEC Environmental Consultants. This was a site that was somewhat recently approved by the commission, I believe back in 2020, for construction of a single family dwelling. And a certificate of compliance has been issued for the project somewhat recently. This application is for a proposed secondary structure in the southeasterly corner portion of the site. The driveway is proposed to be shortened in length, and there's some landscaping improvements, removal of some retaining walls, adding a retaining wall along the end of the driveway just to demarcate it. Portion of the structure and the northeasterly portion of the proposed structure, basically the access way to the basement occurs within the partially within the 50-foot buffer zone to an isolated vegetated wetland that's located on the easterly abutting property. This is a wetland that I flagged a few years back. And another situation where we have a existing driveway for that easterly abutting property between the wetland and the proposed work. We have requested a waiver for under section B for the developed condition between the wetland and the proposed work. The proposed structure footing itself will be above high groundwater, but it will be within the 2-foot separation to groundwater. And so we've requested that waiver. Proposed runoff from the structures is going to be directed to perimeter infiltration trenches. And we feel as designed that the proposed project won't result in an adverse impact to the resource area, specifically that isolated vegetated wetland to the northeast. And with that, I'll turn over to questions.
Thank you, Brian. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think on this project as well, I'm not sure if that specific waiver request is applicable or not. I would say generally, I have concerns about the proposed retaining wall. That's the northerly wall where the proposed driveway is supposed to end. It's very easy to add a non-structural element in that area instead of a retaining wall. Some shrubs would work fine, or a split rail, but that is entirely within the 50-foot buffer, or almost, yeah, it's entirely within the 50-foot buffer. So I would request that be updated. I'm also not thrilled about the location of the post-secondary dwelling that's within the 50-foot buffer, because it seems like there would be suitable area on the site to build a, maybe not the exact same dwelling, but a materially similar dwelling outside the 50-foot buffer. So I would request that the applicant's representatives go back and look at those things, please.
Thank you, Seth. Any other questions or comments from commissioners?
Oh,
Ian, go ahead.
yeah, so I agree with Seth, but Brian, it is a great help having the plans drawn so so comprehensively. So thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ian. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Looks like no, so we'll open this up to the public. I do not see any public comment at this point. Will, do we have file numbers for these or no?
We actually should have file numbers for everything.
Okay.
The only one that is going to be slightly different is 36 Pocomo. That's going to be a NAN
Okay.
file number.
Perfect. We just don't have it listed on the agenda, so I wasn't sure if we could go with a closure if we needed to continue. So Brian, what would you like to do? Would you like to close or try and get some of these questions answered?
So I think, yeah, I just wanted to point out also that the applicant does propose to remove 12.5 linear feet of existing retaining wall within the 50-foot, but you know, they would be willing to remove the stone retaining wall at the end of the driveway, and you know, I think Seth's recommendation that there could be some shrubs added or some other barrier that's not impervious surface, but it is the applicant's desire to keep the cottage as proposed. It is topographically higher than the existing structure, and has been maximized away from that offsite resource area. But again, they are willing to remove that existing stone wall. I don't know if that influences anyone's opinion on the matter.
I'm not sure. Do any commissioners have a comment or question about the stone wall removal or the retaining wall? Seth?
Yes, I appreciate that, and I thank the client for that flexibility, but I'll reiterate my point that it seems like there is suitable space on the site to change the secondary dwelling layout. And if they are unwilling to do that, we need to really delve into whether the waiver request under section B is applicable, or if not, how a different waiver could be granted. And, you know, I don't see anything in the application about adverse impact or net benefit, because that's not the waiver being requested. But if it ends up being the waiver being requested, then we'll need that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. So again, Brian, I'll leave it to you. Would you like to close or would you like to continue?
Apologies, I know this is a long evening and got more. But if I could just turn over to Jeff, just get some staff input on the waiver request under that section B.
Yep, perfect.
Thank
Jeff,
you.
do you have any opinions?
I have lots of opinions, but just on this one, you know, I think when we look at this as far as, you know, a section B goes and how we've looked at it in the past, you know, we're looking at how impacts are affecting the buffer zone and really the resource areas in question. And historically, as we've looked at these areas, if there's something that's impacting the resource area, you know, more directly, is when we've kind of looked at that B in, you know, certain circumstances. I mean, obviously, you know, the classic that comes through is, you know, if there's a paved roadway in between where you're trying to do the work and the resource area in question, and you don't have the ability to, you know, enhance the buffer zone on the other side of the road or do those things. This one is one where, you know, it's obviously a gravel driveway and a gravel track that's in between the proposed work. So I think it's going to be an assessment from the commission if, you know, the impact between the resource area and the project is substantial enough that you're not seeing, or the project wouldn't be impacting it in any way or in any significant way. And I think that's, you know, kind of the question at hand. Hopefully that made some sense.
Thank you, Jeff. Brian, do you have a follow-up? And then Ian, I do see you.
Yeah, you know, I think something that we could certainly offer to provide an improvement over existing conditions is, so along east of the the driveway on site and where the proposed cottage is located, along that easterly property boundary, is all invasives. It's all Japanese knotweed, all porcelain berry. We could certainly propose to manage that, remove it, and replace it with native shrubs to increase the buffer zone that's exist on our property. A portion of that would occur within the 25-foot, but that's all we would be reasonably able to control. But I think that would serve to provide a significant improvement over existing conditions.
Thank you, Brian. I think that would make it easier to justify, definitely for me. I don't know how any other commissioners feel about that. And
So,
Ian, I know your hand has been up, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Brian, so correct me if I'm wrong, but the basement stairs are going to be in I assume, a breeze block walls. So it's specifically construction within the 50. I just want to make that we're all in agreement here.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Seth, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just looking into the offsite gravel driveway to the east, and from my estimation, it looks like it's about a 10-foot wide or possibly less in some cases way. And, I don't know if we have elevation flags for the subject parcel and then the offsite parcel, but I'm assuming if the wetlands offsite, then the elevation on that parcel would be lower than the elevation on the subject parcel. So any, runoff from activities related to the subject property or any, intrusion or any blockage of wildlife movement or anything like that is still going to affect that wetland. Water flowing over a 10-foot wide driveway is going to happen pretty fast. So I think that there needs to be some justifications, even though that wetland is off-site, even though that the applicant doesn't have direct control of the wetland, they still have the ability to prevent impacts to that wetland. I think they need to better justify how they're going to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Brian, go ahead.
I appreciate everyone's comments. I think we can certainly build this out a little bit more and bolster up the no adverse impact and an improvement over existing conditions. Whether that be adding some subsurface infiltration system and giving you a little bit more detail on that restoration along the easterly property boundary. But also just to go back to Ian's question about the basement access way, just to let everyone know that will have a gravel base to it, but there will be a perimeter, wall associated with it. But so it will be any rainwater will be able to infiltrate naturally in that location. But we can certainly give a little bit more information to the commission and continue to the next meeting.
Okay. Well, thank you, Brian. I know you're great at sharpening pencils and bringing things back to us. So I know if anyone can do it, you can. So this will continue until December 22nd.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. And that moves us on to Garen at 36 Pocomo Road, also represented by Brian Madden.
Well, last one of the evening, and I saved the non-waiver request for last. So Brian Madden from LEC, the proposed project involves a pool with an auto cover and some landscaping, specifically some retaining walls and adjoining patios. The proposed work occurs entirely within existing lawn areas. all work is outside of the 50-foot buffer zone to the various resource areas on the subject parcel. And the bottom of the pool will maintain a 2-foot separation to high groundwater. The top of the pool is a little bit above elevation 20, and the wetland high groundwater elevation is a little bit below elevation 12. So with a 6-foot pool, maintain the 2-foot separation to high groundwater. So no waivers requested.
Thank you, Brian. Any questions or comments from commissioners? Looks like no at this point. So we'll open it up for public comment. Don't see anything that I can tell. Will, do we have everything we would need to close?
Affirmative.
Brian, would you like to close? Okay. Is there a motion to close?
So moved.
A motion made by Linda. I'll give Joe the second. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye, sorry, that was 3 tries.
perfect. Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
Mizzarelli,
Aye.
Landowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. Thank you, Brian.
Thanks for everyone's time tonight. I appreciate it.
That moves us on to trustees of Eel Point Nominee Trust at 77 Hummock Pond Road, represented by Paul Santos.
Thank you. Excuse me. On behalf of the applicant and property owner, Eel Point Road Nominee Trust, this is a notice of intent application for essentially redevelopment of an existing property located at 77 Hummock Pond Road. Property itself is approximately 40,454 square feet, and it consists of a primary dwelling on a developed residential lot that has previously fallen into somewhat disrepair over the years. Existing home, it was originally built in 1961. There was an addition added to the dwelling, I believe sometime in the maybe in the 80s. So the home is sat on this property for some time. The resource area we're talking about is a bordering vegetated wetland that runs along the edge of a ditch, which flows from the south under Hummock Pond Road and flows westerly, essentially westerly along the center portion of this site. So the ditch is depicted on the plan. There is a series of wetland flags that were flagged by our office. And we've depicted the 25, the 50, and the 100 buffer zone on the subject property. The site currently is serviced by a domestic well, and it is also serviced by an on-site septic system, which is not original to the site. The septic system was repaired and replaced at the time of the addition to the structure. The site is not located in a FEMA flood hazard zone. It is located within a Zone X or areas of other flood areas. It is not mapped under the Natural Heritage mapping program, so it did not require a filing within HESP. The site itself recently changed hands. The longtime owners had sold the property and have moved off island. Current owners have cleaned up the site somewhat, I believe, or the prior owner said there was a number of vehicles on the property. I think there was a school bus there for a number of hours of the day and so forth. So that have all been cleaned out, and they've currently blocked off and gated the existing driveway to the property. The proposal before you tonight is to essentially demo that existing structure. There's no anybody that's going to want that or move that off the property. So the intent would be to demo that existing structure and construct a structure of similar size in the same general location on the subject property. In doing so, if you'll notice where the 50-foot buffer zone or the 50-foot no build currently bisects the property essentially in a north-south direction. So what we would be doing is removing approximately 100 square feet of building within the 50-foot no build. We would be reducing the size of the structure by approximately 50 square feet.
Thank you very much.
Reducing the size of the structure by approximately 50 square feet, reconfiguring the driveway, which is outside of the 50-foot no build. And then you'll notice on the plan itself too, the area to the west, there's a series of a number of, fenced garden areas, some debris, things like that scattered through, in some cases within the wetland area, and then also within the 25-foot no disturb. That area is made up mostly of blackberry thickets. It's a fairly tough site to navigate and walk around because it's essentially just overgrown. So we'd like to hand remove all the debris basically within the 25-foot no disturb and let that area just naturally revegetate and go back to its natural state while getting off again it's fencing, garden, tools, things like that on the subject property. Subject property is currently connected to the existing septic system. As I had said, there is a new sewer line that had been placed some years back down Hummock Pond Road. The intent would be to abandon the septic system and connect the property to the sewer line that's in Hummock Pond Road. We, in addition to reducing the size of the building within the 50-foot no build, by doing that, we're also curing some zoning deficiencies. Currently, the building is within the front yard setback to Hummock Pond Road. We would bring, not that it's too much of a concern of this commission, but we would be bringing the site into compliance with regard to the zoning setbacks also. Based on the groundwater information from the septic system, it is a shallow groundwater. There was 4.5-foot groundwater found when septic system was replaced. It is a mounded system on the property. Our intent would be not to ask for a basement for the subject property. It would be a minimal amount of foundation wall or crawl just to support the building, but we would not be asking or requesting a basement on the subject property. Obviously, the rebuild and the cleaning up of the site and so forth, we feel did require waivers. We've asked for the waivers from the wetland regulations, section 302B1 for the above referenced projects, specifically a waiver for the reconstruction of a dwelling within the 50-foot setback, removing debris within the 25-foot no disturb, and the bordering vegetated wetland. The applicant wishes to apply for this waiver on the premise that the proposed project will not adversely impact the interest identified in the bylaw, and there'll be no reasonable condition or alternatives that would allow the project to proceed in compliance with the regulations. 103F3A, and the project will provide a long-term net benefit to the resource area by the removal of the septic system, by the removal of the occupation within the wetland area in the 25, and to the extent necessary, and I didn't necessarily have it on the waiver request here, but I think when we remove this structure and deal with whether or not, I believe the existing structure may be within the 2-foot groundwater separation only. It is a concrete foundation, but it's again a small crawl or a dirt crawl space underneath the existing building. With the groundwater being at 4.5 feet, I'm assuming the footings would be above the groundwater, but they wouldn't necessarily meet the 2-foot separation to replace what's there now. That is the extent of the application, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. And some of you may be familiar with the property, but it's basically on Hummock Pond Road across from the junkyard there where that drainage ditch comes through before you reach the intersection down by Somerset Lane. So happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Paul. Ian, I saw your hand up, and then Seth, I saw you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So, Paul, I'm not sure Bruce Holgate would refer to his property as a junkyard.
That's right. I thought of that before.
But so here the previous applicant in Duke's Road, they're giving him a hard time about, I don't know, maybe 36 square feet within the 50-foot setback, do not build. And here you've got about 400 or 500 square feet. And, I mean, so in one word, I have to say no. And that's all I have to say. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I say that with great respect to you, Paul. So please, don't take it personally.
Okay, I'll wait for other comments.
Thank you for being succinct in that, Ian. Saving time. Seth, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also agree I have concerns about a new structure within the 50-foot no build zone. Again, we're not bound by past decisions, but there has been previous applications that the commission ruled on in the last few years indicating that raise and rebuild projects qualify as new construction. That wouldn't necessarily apply if the existing building was renovated in site. I see that there's a proposed garage dwelling there as well. I think, maybe if that was moved or reconfigured or deleted, there's ability to put the primary dwelling outside the 50-foot buffer. And then just generally related to the cleanup area of, gardens and debris, I definitely see that as favorable. And I would support doing that and allowing a waiver for that. I do think, though, that it might be required to not just remove that stuff and let it renaturalize, given that it was used historically for horticultural crops, being a garden area. I think we should require that, those gardens are actually removed and then restored with native wetland species rather than just being allowed to grow back. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Are there any other questions or comments from commissioners? Mark?
Thank you, Ashley. Paul, all due respect, I think this is a challenging one for us with so much in the no build zone. It may be a case where your applicants may want to consider because the Conservation Commission may not let you build there, so you might be able to get a waiver from the zoning board for maybe a minor intrusion into the front yard setback and reconfigure the house so it would it might take out the second dwelling, but you can reconfigure the house to fit in that little triangle that is outside all your setbacks.
Thank you, Mark. I know I do have to echo my fellow commissioners with the concern of new development within the 50. And I as well kind of thought maybe the garage should go so that the structure or the main dwelling, I guess, could be shifted outside of the 50 as much as possible. So I know I do share those feelings. Any other questions or comments from commissioners before I open it up to the public? Looks like no, so we'll open it up for public comment. I'm Not seeing any public comment, but again, I'm working with two screens, so if I miss someone, let me know. Paul, would you like to reply to any of the commissioners' questions or comments?
Sure. I mean, there was some reference to some past applications, and we're all understand that this is a building that is existing today. That building is, I'm not asking for a new building inside the 50. We're just trying to deal with a very limited site and trying to obviously replace a building that's in quite disrepair. So I think it's a little bit different than making reference to prior applications in which there was new construction within the 50. This is basically, the building has no value. I guess the question is whether if I renovated that building in its current spot, I guess I would have, that's just renovating a building that's already there. There is, obviously, when you do look at the zoning setbacks in the front setback, there is a limited amount of area that I can work with here. I think no matter what we do, there's going to be some portion of this redevelopment within the 50. I mean, I think that's depending upon how we can rework the site. Now, we don't have any buildings designed. There's no HTC approval. We're just trying to come up with a way to utilize the site, clean it up, and kind of move on here. So I'm happy to look at some different options with regard to the placement of the structure and how it might sit on there. Again, getting it completely out of the 50, I don't think is going to happen. And I wouldn't think that this board would hold us to that, considering that we already have the majority of the building right now is already in the 50. So I'm happy to continue, see what we can do. Mark's point about the ZBA that's a challenge in itself sometimes now, getting waivers from them. So I'd like to try to keep this thing zoning compliant and then also satisfy whatever concerns that you may have here. The other thing I would maybe ask is prior to the next meeting on your site visit, maybe we all just go take a look at this place. And if we can maybe make this one of the ones that we go look at, and then, we can kind of maybe get a better feel for what I'm up against here.
Thank you, Paul. Seth, I saw your hand up, and then Mark, I see you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Paul, and I'm happy to look at it. I understand that the building currently exists within the 50-foot buffer. I'm not challenging that. I don't think anyone's challenging that. But if the current structure is renovated in place, that would fall under, possibly under the pre-existing use, rather than a complete raise and rebuild. We have considered it in the past. I remember, one recently on Hulbert Ave, we considered that as new construction. So that's when the waivers come into place, requiring, no new construction within the 50-foot setback. We may view that differently, and logistically it might sound annoying that that's the way things have to go, but I just think there are two ways to deal with the site: either renovate in place or build a new compliant structure outside the 50-foot buffer. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Mark, I saw your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Ashley. Paul, it would help me in my deliberations if you could, when you come back with us in 3 weeks, not counting the area to the east of the garage boundary there where the little triangle is.
Yeah.
How many square feet do you have that's outside the 50? And discount the area to the east of the easternmost garage line there, garage wall.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, like I said, I have no problem. I mean, this was designed by Paul Santos, architect. I threw 2 boxes on this plan to try to come up with something. So there's we're not tied to anything. So, I mean, we've got some feedback. I would like to, take a look at the site with you, but I'm there's some different options I can kind of look at here. Like I said, I mean, maybe the foundation system is something that could be reused. I'm not sure. Maybe we can just, be a little creative with the shape and size of this. But I don't know if I'd be completely out of the 50, but I'm sure we can maybe make this a lot better than what it is. So I'm happy to give it a shot and come back in a few weeks.
Thank you, Paul. Mike, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We haven't had the opportunity to do a site visit with the surveyor before, so just procedurally, I don't know how that would happen, but I would be happy to participate in that. Thank you.
Thank you. So when the surveyor's there, we just can't ask like substantive questions that would be pertinent in the hearing, but you can ask like where the wetland boundary is and get a better sense of place on site. I think that's all the questions and comments we have. So Paul, this will continue until December 22nd.
Correct. And then your site visits would be the 19th, correct?
Yes, they would be that Monday.
Okay. All right. Let's do that. I'm good to go.
Thank you, Paul.
All right. Thank you.
We got the next one too. So we have Westmore Club LLC at 10 Westmore Lane, also represented by Paul Santos.
Thank you. Just give me a minute here and I can.
Madam Chair, Stephen Cohen, just for the record, I'm with Paul on this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. On behalf of the applicant, essentially the Westmore Club LLC is the property owner. This is an application for a notice of intent for the development of a portion of the Westmore Club, essentially the area that's kind of known as the Field of Dreams, which is basically an area easterly of the existing clubhouse, which is essentially in the area of the grass, croquet, and tennis courts and the clay tennis courts located on the club itself. It's located south of Cliff Road and west of Pilgrim Road. The application itself currently is been filed with the planning board and also has been filed with the HDC with regard to the merits of the application. The intent here is to construct essentially a single family dwelling, if you will, on the property. The dwelling would be used for club management. It's essentially it's a single family dwelling. So the proposal is a single family dwelling along with a small garage / maintenance building in which they would be storing equipment necessary for the maintenance of the tennis and clay courts. The actual portion of the garage that would be used for equipment storage is actually outside of the 100-foot jurisdictional zone of the Conservation Commission, whereas a portion of the building does occur within the 100. The area for the maintenance storage is outside. The resource areas we are talking about is a bordering vegetated wetland and also the limit of a certified vernal pool, which was certified some time back. At the time, I believe that 96 Cliff Road was developed. And in fact, when you look at the property itself, you'll notice that the vegetated wetland line goes off site to the north. The limit of the vernal pool is depicted too. And then that property at 4115, which is now a formerly Cliff ACK Realty Trust, is the property in which that single-family home was constructed. And at that time, the vernal pool was certified by NHESP. We've it's similar work for this one with regard to Old Westmore Farm recently for construction. We delineated the same vegetative wetland and also the limits of the vernal pool. The vernal pool are delineated by essentially a mean high water. Bordering vegetative wetland is delineated by the standard methods that we would typically use. The area itself is nestled between the end of the grass tennis courts. It is currently an existing lawn area. And in fact, the lawn area is depicted on the subject plan. So there would be no change to the vegetation at the edge of the lawn, to the vernal pool area along the entire westerly boundary of the proposed area. A small area to the north of the dwelling, which is currently made up of, there's a single black locust, some invasive honeysuckle, bittersweet and bramble and so forth, occurs in that area to the north. That would be the only area of removal of any type of vegetation. The project itself obviously has the 50-foot no build. In the case of a vernal pool, you also have a 75-foot no build, which the structure is outside of obviously both of those, the 50 and the 75. In addition to the 25-foot no disturb, with the vernal pool, you essentially have a 50-foot no disturb. So the no disturb setbacks or no build setbacks are all increased by 25 feet when you are adjacent to the vernal pool. The area of the maintenance garage is further, and the standard garage is further away. There'd be a proposed gravel driveway that would come down and connect to an existing driveway that exists from the club itself down to this particular area. The site itself would be connected to the club's sewer system and also the town water. So it would be no on-site septic. It would be municipal sewer and municipal water. Based on groundwater information I have from both the Old Westmore Farm project and in the general vicinity of other projects in this area, we do not believe we would need the groundwater separation waiver. The intent would be to elevate the building and put a foundation system in that would meet the 2-foot groundwater separation itself. The site itself is up at approximately elevation 22 at its high point. The mean high water for the vernal pool is approximately, varies on an average, it's about elevation 8 is the elevation of the vernal pool itself. We've had groundwater in the area around 9 or 10 in on other sites in the general vicinity. The site is not mapped NHES through the NHESP. We are outside of any flood hazard areas, and to the extent that is essentially the application before you. Any questions? We have shown some, just a few different trees in there. I think we might have to remove the one black locust tree. Shown are 3 separate trees within that general area to replace that in case that tree cannot be saved. Again, the majority of the area to the west, which is the edge of the lawn, to the vegetation interface, then you work your way to the bordering vegetative wetland and the vernal pool. That tree line will be respected, and there'll be no change in that area at all. You're basically working within the area of the existing lawn. Happy to answer any questions that you have. I know there was at least a few owners on the Cliff Road area that did reach out to staff. I think they provided them with some information and plans. Some owners have reached out to my office and we've provided them with information and plans also. And I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you, Paul. Any questions or comments from commissioners? Well, looks like no. So we'll open this up for public comment. Ann Farrell.
Yes, thank you. I see if I can get on video too. I've been watching this for the last 3 hours. It's been fascinating. I've learned a lot and I respect all of the things that you're doing for our wonderful community. I'm a neighbor at 94 Cliff of this project, and what Paul was very specific, but he really didn't describe the fact that the elevation of the Westmore Club and the elevation on Cliff Road, there is an enormous drop in elevation. So any upsetting of ground up above is going to force more water into my already 50% of my lot is wetlands. So that is one of our huge objections to this whole thing. And number two, there is no road to get to this place. There is no access. There's no access from Westmore Lane, Cliff Road. It's kind of drawn with, on Paul's drawn that wonderful diagram, but the lines that show roads just stop. And so that's a major problem because obviously it's going to have to come in somewhere. And three, they've got a fence around it that is, it's got to not be right to put a fence around right in through the wetlands to block their quote house. A question about the vernal pool, Paul, this is very interesting because what you said, I think, is that it was mapped when 96 Cliff was built, and therefore that had to have been 10 years ago. And one of the comments you made in relation to the Lily Road project, or Lily, that the water changes. Oh my God, the water, I've only lived in my house for 4 years, and the water in the back has changed. It's 50% more water back there than there was when we bought it. And so this is going to make it just a complete nightmare. And my husband and I are completely and totally opposed to this. And we love Graham Goldsmith. Don't get me wrong. We're friends of his. And I just think this is completely extraneous to the nature of why does he have to have a house? You know, there's no reason. That's it.
Thank you. Paul, can you describe access to this
Sure.
structure a little bit better and construction access as well?
Sure. And Ann and I have corresponded in
Yes, you were very helpful. Thank you.
they've never met. So it's happy to meet. So access in is up at Westmore Lane. You come by the clubhouse through that parking lot, and there's a driveway that winds down. It comes around the backside, down the Field of Dreams. Like if you'll see on our plan, I have a
On
dirt
the left side or the right side?
right side of the clubhouse. So
The right side of the clubhouse? Then, but don't you have to cross the wetlands to get to this site?
No. So
it's behind the
Sorry,
first
so-
set of.
Ms.
Never
Farrell, I
mind.
do need to limit the back and forth.
Okay, sorry.
But once Paul finishes, I can go
Okay,
back.
sorry.
yeah, so the access right now is to the right side of the clubhouse. You go into the parking lot, and there's a drive you can drive down. I drove down it today, and I had my truck right down where the dwelling is proposed. You can drive right into the site. That's there. I mean, under the planning board submittal, we're looking to potentially separate from that drive and bring a drive further up along Westmore Lane. That's completely out of wetlands jurisdiction, but you do have access to the site. I drove it today, and I had my truck down there this afternoon. The fence you're talking about, Ian, I think the proposed silt fence. That's a temporary construction measure to protect the wetlands against any potential erosion that would occur during a construction project. So we're not
Okay.
proposing fencing in that area. That's just a silt fence. We do show a post and rail fence on one section to the south, but that's, again, a small section of post and rail. But the fence there, the proposed fence is a temporary construction. It's that black fence that you'll see when you maybe on the side of the road. It's just measured to protect against erosion. And with regard to the vernal pool, this is a current location of the mean high water. So we went out and delineated in October, and it's noted on the plan. So we went out in October of this year and marked the current mean high water for the existing vernal pool. And then that's the limit of the line that we use to establish the vernal pool limits and then where the regulated setbacks are from it. And in fact, we also reflagged the wetlands from what was done back originally for the Westmore Club. In some cases, the line didn't change, but in some cases, it did move quite a bit closer into us. So these are both current resource areas that were flagged.
Thank you, Paul. And do you have any other questions? Good, you're done. Thank you. Jane Gato, I hope I pronounced that correctly.
You did, Madam Chairman. Thank you so much for recognizing me. We are the owners of 92 Cliff Road, and so I'm Ann's neighbor, and I just want to echo, I have all the same concerns that Ann does, especially related to water in the back. We've been at that property for about 6 years, and it's a fairly extreme water change. And I just think it's a fact of life that every time we build on Nantucket, there are changes to the water table, and they're kind of happening all around our properties. Obviously, what's happening on the other, the other, areas that are not part of this project are not part of this hearing, but they're happening all around us, and certainly what's going to happen on this property will affect us. So I just want everyone to really be aware of what those issues are. I realize they're within the correct limits of 50 and 75 and 100 feet, but there's a pretty big impact to us. So thank you for thinking about those things.
Thank you. Ian, and then Seth, I see your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So, Paul, on the aerials, there are a lot of mature trees. Are they going to be cut down to put this building in place?
No, that's what I had mentioned when I said all the vegetation, the trees, those are all at the edge of that lawn. If you look, Ian, you'll see.
Yeah, I saw the pictures.
Yeah,
they seem to contradict the aerials, but
yeah, the aerials look like I think it's when the canopies are on, they look a lot tighter. But the pictures, I think, kind of give it better. If you would go out there and drive out there, let me just take a look at them.
No, I can see from the pictures. Thank you.
Those trees are on the edge of the lawn. Those would not be touched. The only one in the picture you see on one of the pictures, you'll notice, I think that's that black locust, which is kind of to the north. That's the only one, which is where all the invasives are. I think that potentially may be compromised. The other trees going along the backside would not be touched.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And if I can, Ian, because if you look at if you'll notice on the plan, the lawn area, the edge of the lawn is actually shown on the plan, and that's where that tree line is. So you'll see where that is also.
Great. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Seth, I'll go to you, and then there is some public comment on YouTube I want to make sure to get at as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly related to any issues related to water runoff, I would say we're well within our purview to require, roof runoff or other runoff be directed away from the resource area into infiltration or native planting. So we should do that to eliminate some of the runoff concerns.
Thank you, Seth. And then we do have some comments on YouTube from Cara and Cable Maddox. who are at the property at 26 Pilgrim Road. They're wondering if the dwelling is even 50 feet away, and what I think the purpose is of the garage dwelling. They're also wondering what are the hedging plans to block views if approved to build within the 50 feet wetlands. I think I'm reading that correctly. It was my understanding that there's no building within the 50-foot. So I don't know that I'm clear on that question, but maybe they mean planting within the 50. But those are the questions on YouTube. At this point, do we have any more public comment or questions or comments from commissioners? Jeff?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure, I'm sorry, I thought I just locked up it for a second, that it's clear too, because it's kind of tricky because we don't do vernal pools a lot. So the setback here is the 75-foot vernal pool structural setback. So for vernal pools, we don't allow structures inside of 75 feet from vernal pools. And then the vegetated wetland setback is still 50. So a lot of times what we see here, is the vernal pool is inside the vegetated wetland, but that 75 foot gets past the 50 foot from that 25 foot difference. So they're accurately showing it on the plan with the correct setbacks. I know it can be kind of confusing to see it that way, and it doesn't look like the 50 and 75 are 25 feet apart, because they're not. But the project that's shown is still showing the structure to be outside that 75-foot setback.
Thank you, Jeff. That's a very articulate way to clarify this. We appreciate it. Randy Holland?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I couldn't figure out how to raise my hand electronically, so I did it the old-fashioned way.
Totally fine.
I live directly opposite the club, to the rear, so across the wetland at 30 Pilgrim. And I too, like other neighbors, are extremely concerned with the purpose of this development, but more importantly, how this development will impact the wetland. So I see from the maps and so forth that there's a lot of detail provided. We're bang up against the 50-foot setbacks. But I think if you go and actually visit that site, there's very, very little room there between the existing croquet lawns and those very mature trees that one of the members of the board had mentioned. So we rely very heavily on those trees to protect the entire Pilgrim Road and Cliff Road neighborhood areas from the regular and constant weddings, outdoor barbecues, croquet tournaments, etc. And it would be very sad to see any of those trees disappearing. So I think I'm questioning in the original sort of notification or application, there was a cursory mention of regrading and landscaping to that area. So if we could hear a little more detail about that, that would be very helpful. Again, regrading and runoff, there is a real concern about water and excessive use of fertilizers and things that are being used on those fields today, and its impact on the overgrowth that we're witnessing in that very important natural habitat between the club and our house. So thank you, and I'd love to hear a little bit more about those plans. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Holland. And we can certainly condition that they are not fertilizing around this new structure within the wetland buffers. Paul, do you have any insight into the regrading?
Yeah, so Mr. Holland, when you look at that plan to the north, you'll see some solid lines with numbers appended to them. So those are basically, those are contour lines. Essentially, a contour line connects a point of a common elevation. So when you see the grading, the areas that grading would occur is essentially, as I had mentioned, to the north. The home would be built up in the area where the existing lawn is, but the area to the north where you see those solid lines, that's the area where the grade would be manipulated to accommodate the elevation, say, of the home. And if you'll notice to the west, which is basically parallel to your property line, when you look straight across there, you know, the contouring has basically been left essentially as is. And it's been basically, the grades have been set more so to the north area. Again, the edge of lawn is also shown, that is also depicted on the plan. And remember, those trees are on the opposite side or to the west of that edge of lawn. And they would be, again, that tree line would be respected, and there would not be that tree line would not be touched.
Thank you, Paul.
We do have subsurface drain. On the plan in between the courts, there is currently a subsurface drainage system out there that handles runoff from the courts. And we're obviously happy to handle any roof runoff or anything like that into a recharge system, or potentially tie to that system itself.
Thank you, Paul. Mr. Holland, did you have a follow-up?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just in terms, you mentioned elevations of the house itself. What that elevation compared to the wetland area and also the surrounding houses of Pilgrim and Cliff Road, that is already extremely elevated to those existing properties. Now, if you're going to be putting in a house in a very, very tight area that really, as you can see from your diagrams, there's no areas for any outside space whatsoever. You know, I assume you're going to be building up rather than out. So are you going to be dominating that landscape when we, after 10 years now, no longer are looking at the club, given the growth of the trees that have provided tremendous privacy?
And Mr. Holland, some of this is slightly out of our purview as far as like view sheds and things. So I do want to make sure to limit that, but Paul, go ahead and respond.
Sure. And just for all the abutters there, obviously, I think anybody who got a notice of this meeting is also received a notice for the planning board hearing too. So some of these issues are more pertinent to the planning board, and quite honestly, then also there's been a filing made recently to the HDC. So we're tracking basically 3 different approval processes here currently. But to answer your questions about elevations, Mr. Holland, the mean high water that we flagged is approximately elevation 8, which is so that would be the elevation of the vernal pool, or the wetland area, if you will. The wetland area that was flagged is approximately 10.5, and it varies. It's not consistent, but it's a few feet higher than the limits of the vernal pool. The court itself, the far end of this court is located around elevation 22. Just looking at your property, the backside or walkout of your house is at about elevation 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And again, you're about the same elevation at the street or close to the street that the courts are. Similarly, when I look at the properties that have all been developed on Cliff Road, 96, 94, which is the Farrells and the Gato property, again, those are at a similar 96 Cliff is up around 21, 22. So the court itself, the house itself, is actually a similar elevation to the 96 Cliff Road property, to your property. I believe the Farrell and the Gato properties kind of dip down from Cliff Road, so you kind of drive down those properties, so they're a little bit pressed. It looks like the backside of the Gato and the backside of the Farrell property is around elevation 15 or 16. So Gato, Farrell, Holland, all kind of they're at the high end on the roads, but their backs are on the low side. So on elevation 16, the mean high water is at about elevation 8, and then this property is elevated up around 22. The floor elevation would be around 23, 24, something in that range there.
Thank you, Paul. Ms. Farrell, do you have a wetland question or comment?
Well, just a comment that was made about it didn't look like there was a lot of land back there to build this kind of house. You have to note that they are planning to move the fence on the tennis courts in 3.5 feet. That makes a big difference if you play tennis. So that's on the plan, and that's enables them to fit the house far enough away from wetlands.
Okay. Thank you. So if there are no other questions or comments, I think I've hit them all. Will, have you been out to the site, and do we have everything we would need to close?
Yes, and yes.
Paul, would you like to close?
Yes, I would, and I will see everyone, I think, at the planning board also.
Okay. Is there a motion to close?
So move, Madam Chair.
Great. Linda made the motion. I'll give Mike the second. By roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Ingeborg,
Aye.
Harrison, I, Golding,
Aye.
Mizzarelli,
Aye.
Landowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously. Thank you, everybody, for participating.
Thank you.
So before we get into this next one, I do kind of want to ask Jeff procedurally. This would be the point that we would need to discuss a rehearing limit. Am I correct on that?
You certainly could, or I know the intent tonight was originally to also discuss, scheduling all of this for special hearing dates, so we can have substantive time to go over that. And if you wanted to discuss that at a special hearing, I think you certainly could. Because I think that could be an involved discussion. But that's certainly up to you guys.
Okay, I think it's an important point for the commission to discuss. And I do want to just really state plainly for the select board, who will hopefully approve council for us in the future, that already, before this has even opened, we have dueling opinions from different council. And, a letter from Gary Ronan that suggests that, town council and Mr. Ronan are on the same page as far as opinions. And, I was told last night that town council wasn't participating in this yet. So I do feel like the commission, again, I want to state, needs counsel so that we can adequately discuss something like a rehearing with that support. I don't know about my other commissioners. I do realize it would be a detailed conversation if it were to happen tonight. Ian?
Yes, so Ashley, thank you for speaking for myself. Thank you so much for the way you handled the meeting with the select board last night. I was terribly impressed. And so I'm very pleased that you're the chair. And moving on, I would like to discuss Dennis Murphy's letter. And it would seem to me that he makes it absolutely clear that there's no reason why we should hear this at all. And I remind my fellow commissioners, I think that the removal order is for what, December 5th? is the final date. So it would seem to me that anything else would be putting the cart before the horse. And of course, you're right that the select board in its wisdom ignored, several pressing matters that we need legal counsel for now.
Thank you, Ian. Linda got her hand up, and then Seth, I'll go to you, and Joe, I'll go to you.
I don't agree with Murphy's letter. I've been through rehearings after denials many times in the last 40 years. If the application is materially changed, and it has because they're got a different scope in it, then it is not something that is barred from being reheard within a couple of years. So I do not agree with Murphy's letter. So that's my position on that. I would like to take a position where I would make a motion to extend the removal period to 60 or 90 days, but I don't know where we are.
Linda, that's a different matter tonight, and that is on the agenda to discuss the removal. But this is specifically for the new NOI, and we would have to discuss, material changes as part of a rehearing discussion.
Right, we have to make a finding that it is different materially to be able to be reheard within so many years of being. And I'm not, I'm still confused about a denial versus suing because they were in non-compliance. Because the original decision was not a denial. So I'm not exactly sure where this rehearing argument comes from. If we're not talking about the next request, but I'm confused by discussing Murphy's letter when it wasn't actually a denial. We had to sue because of non-compliance. That's not the same thing as denying an actual application, whether it's the planning board, the ZBA, or Concom. So it was never a denial. So I'm not sure that the rehearing issue has any validity at all, period, while we're talking about this particular application. So I think I'm in agreement that we should schedule special hearing, at our convenience, their convenience, not to take up time tonight going over it.
Thank you, Linda. I totally respect your opinion there. I think this is a very dynamic situation and somewhat unique, and I think that's why it is important for us to parse it out. But again, I respect your position and opinion.
Thank you.
So, Ian, I think Seth was up before you, and then Joe, and then I'll go to you. Seth, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't have a chance to watch the select board meeting I meant to do today, but I forgot. Can you give us a brief synopsis of what occurred there with respect to council? Because I do think council is important.
I don't know, Jeff, do you think I was on for 45 minutes? It seemed like forever. My tea got cold. I was making it when it started. I felt like I articulated our need for counsel historically on this case. I said numerous times that we made a 7-0 decision requesting counsel support, that there's a clear conflict of interest. I said, I implore you to allow us counsel. And the select board did not come out and say no, but they want to think about it and reevaluate in a couple of weeks. They would also like very specific legal questions that we would have that would require us to need counsel in this situation. Jeff, do you think that was a good summary?
I would say all in all, the discussion was about an hour long. But I'd say that's pretty accurate, actually.
I think that was an accurate summary, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Linda.
Thank you, Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
I appreciate that, and I'll plan to watch it. I do have my own opinion about the rehearing limit that I'm happy to provide if you'd like it now, or I could save it for later. And then also, I think it is very important to keep the decisions related to any new notice and any enforcement proceedings separate, because they are clearly separate issues that may play out to one conclusion or may play out to separate conclusions.
Thank you, Seth. I think go ahead now and talk about the rehearing or your opinion there.
So I'm certainly not a lawyer, and my context of legal knowledge is just as a citizen, but I reread the wetlands bylaw in its entirety, specifically related to the rehearing limit, and I personally don't think the rehearing limit applies in this case. It seems pretty specific that rehearing only applies to applications for a permit or waiver. I think that I'm happy to seek a legal opinion to see if that stands related to, other acts that were acted upon unfavorably. But from my non-legal professional knowledge, it seems like those are the only two areas that are subject to rehearing.
Okay, thank you, Seth. Joe, I know your hand was up.
Yes, it was. So what you're telling me or telling us is that they did not approve having Ben as the attorney.
They have not approved us any special counsel for the NOI. That is correct. At this point, they did not say no, but they also did not say yes.
That's going to lead to some bad outcomes without having an attorney like Ben, who's been involved for such a long period of time.
I tried to point that out last night, that it would likely be more problematic, but this is where we are.
Isn't several weeks before they decide going to conflict with some of the deadline dates that exist today?
As far as the NOI, possibly not. The council request doesn't apply to the other SBPF issues.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome. Ian, I saw your hand up.
Well, I have very little to add, except that the letter we sent to them that asked for Ben to continue to represent us and give us legal advice, and that we would consider an NOI. We would consider an extension if they didn't, an extension of the legal judgment to remove if SBPF and the town came forward with an application that didn't include an extension of the geotubes. So, and in fact, now we face absolutely the opposite. So the letter was ignored. And so I see no reason why we should grant an extension for the removal.
Yeah, we're not talking about that piece now. We're kind of talking about just the rehearing before
Right.
the NOI is open, and the extension is a different matter. So I do want to keep this kind of specific to if we're going to test out the rehearing limit first. I think the not having counsel aspect is an important piece of that, but I do want to make sure we kind of separate this out.
Well, thank you for keeping me within the guide rails, and I look forward to hearing what Attorney Murphy has to say after members of the commission have had their say. Thank you.
Thank you. So Mark, I saw your hand up, and then Mike, I'll go to you.
Thank you, Ashley. Yes, I'm of the school where we have conflicting legal opinions on the repetitive NOI issue. I don't believe we can hear the NOI until we have legal counsel to tell us where we might go with a repetitive issue. I think it's an important issue. So I'm of the school that says we really need counsel before we can even hear the NOI, because we may not be hearing it for a time.
Thank you, Mark. Mike?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll keep my comments brief, but I did want to say you did an excellent job representing the commission and making your point. And everybody can go back to the YouTube. It starts at about 1 hour, 44 minutes. Jeff tipped me off to that earlier. I watched it and recommend, if you haven't had a chance to watch it, to please do.
Thank you, Mike. Seth, I thought I saw your hand pop back up, and I see Jeff, your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I would love a council opinion on rehearing, but I also want to make sure that as a commission, we're doing our due diligence. You know, we have a regulatory responsibility to hear applications that come in, assuming they're not subject to the rehearing. Let's just assume for now it's not. It may be not, but if it's not, and we choose not to open the hearing, I want to make sure we're not putting ourselves in a bad standpoint where the applicant, you know, would just get constructive approval because we refuse to hear it. So we have to be careful about what we're doing on that side of things as well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Seth. I agree. And it's an unfortunate spot we've been put in. Jeff, I see your hand up, and then Linda, I'll go to you.
Wrong button first. I mean, I just hearing the discussion and hearing this, I think this is exactly the kind of question that, you know, having participated last night as well, that the select board wanted, and I really take Seth's last comment to heart a little bit. And I think there's a little bit of, you know, a little bit of a middle that we can do here. Obviously, if we have a legal question right off the bat about whether the rehearing limit applies, I think you can certainly, you know, deal with that as you go. But I think getting that opinion and also doing things like making sure that we're getting, a third-party review, you know, from someone like Mr. Berman or something to go on. And then, you know, kind of continuing this discussion, you know, hopefully at the applicant's request to a date certain, you might be able to compile both an independent legal opinion from the two that have already been submitted, as well as getting that full technical review from our technical reviewer in hand as well, and have a more well-rounded discussion on everything. Obviously, if the rehearing limit applies and Mr. Murphy's letter proves to be correct, then obviously the discussion changes a little bit. If it does not, then you are more equipped to have a more well-rounded discussion. So I think option-wise, we have that as a choice. You know, personally, in my interpretation of the law dealing with the rehearing limit, I tend to believe that it relates specifically to applications. And I think in this case, we've probably moved beyond 3 years since the last application. But I certainly would feel more comfortable having, you know, two opinions that are in conflict resolved on behalf of the commission before that's the full direction to go. So I think that's maybe a choice that we have as well. I know it's a little bit more time, but I think we can work on both things together.
Okay. Thank you, Jeff. That's great if we can kind of work parallel here and still make some progress. Linda?
I agree with what Seth said and what Jeff just said. Be very clear. Anybody can make an application for anything they want. It doesn't matter what you said. You're not going to accept an application if they don't do X, Y, and Z. That is illegal. Anybody can make an application for whatever they want. It doesn't make any difference. It doesn't matter what we agree to. But anybody has the right in any of these regulatory boards to come in with whatever application they want to put in, whether you like it or not, or whether you did that in executive session or whatever. So I'm kind of upset or very concerned by making comments that if they didn't do X, Y, and Z, then they're not going to be able to put an application in, because that is patently illegal to say that. Or expect them to do that.
Okay, I don't know that anybody said that. There are certainly conditions we could put on the extension.
Sure.
I see a valid argument in Dennis Murphy's letter. That's why I think this is important to discuss before we open the hearing. It has nothing to do with, our extending their removal order and the conditions set forth there. This is a separate notice of intent, just like you're saying, that they are allowed to apply for. But again, I just saw what I felt to be valid points in that letter. We have a conflicting letter from the other side, and I think it's worth discussing. So I'm glad that we are doing this.
It's also to be expected that their side would have a conflicting letter because they're getting paid to have a conflicting letter. So let's be honest about this. So we do have conflicts, and we're going to have a conflict with that.
So,
Right. And that's why it's important for the commission to have independent counsel when you have like conflicting sides coming at you. So, I think what I'm hearing from commissioners and from Jeff is that we could still discuss scheduling on this project and moving forward while we wait for maybe an opinion about the rehearing. Am I correct on that, Jeff? Yes. Okay.
I would think so, yes.
Okay. And I want to be careful not to take too many other comments kind of outside of the hearing process, but I wanted to discuss this as a commission. So Mr. Murphy, I realize that it's your letter that we're referring to. I don't know that I should take your public comment at this point, not being that the hearing is open. I don't know, Jeff, what do you think there? I feel like I need to open it if we're taking comments from outside.
We're going to be opening up the entire hearing, so we might as well schedule it another time. That's my opinion.
I think at this point, we have heard the concern about the rehearing limit. We have those submitted. I think it would probably be wiser to simply schedule a special meeting to discuss this and set that to a date certain. We can try to pull together that, kind of that tertiary opinion for the commission and still work on the technical review on the application if it's needed. And then have a complete discussion in its entirety about all of the issues with those things in hand. I think that makes the most sense to me.
Madam Chair, this is Stephen Cohen for the applicant. I don't seem to have my camera working, but if I could maybe save everybody a little bit of time on behalf of the applicant, I'd obviously advise the commission to be cognizant of the 21-day rule, but the idea of having a continuation so that you can come back and resolve the council issue and resolve the rehearing issue in December is acceptable to the applicant, with the idea that we would intend to schedule substantive hearings in January after the holiday, with all of the legal and administrative issues resolved in December. And then, of course, the commission could determine if it wanted to schedule separate hearings for this matter, or if it wanted to have them on the regular schedule. It would give you some time to look at your calendars and those kind of things. So I think that's my recommendation and what would be acceptable to the applicant. And we could save some time and not debate it now.
Jeff, I see your hand up. Thank you, Steve, for that comment. Sorry, Jeff, I want to go to you, and then Ian, I see you as well.
Yes, I think Stephen and I kind of said the same thing in different directions, but I do have, if people are interested in, I can share my screen to show it. I have the off weeks for us off of our regular meetings through April listed date wise, and I'm happy to share a screen and show that when you're ready, if that appeals to folks.
Sure, Jeff. And should I haven't necessarily officially opened this hearing. I want to make sure I'm doing this correctly. So should I officially open this at this point?
Or you can continue without opening. Because we've been talking about pretty much logistics at this point.
Yep, so we could do that, find a date to continue to that as well. Thank you, Linda. Jeff, why don't you go ahead and pull up that schedule?
So again, these are just the dates that we have. Obviously, next week is the 8th. We do have regular meetings scheduled for our next one's obviously December 22nd. So I omitted that from the schedule. And then we have our regular schedule for the 5th and 19th of January. So these are all of the off weeks that we don't have meetings. Because historically, this project has been done separately because it can take some substantial time, and I think we all agree spending the proper amount of time per hearing to cover it is probably for the best. But in fairness to other applications and things that are going on into everyone's time, instead
Well,
of
how
having
about the 12th of
5 or
January?
6 hour meeting, to have a weekly meeting that's only 2 or 3 hours probably is better for sanity.
Yes. Thank you, Jeff, for pulling up this schedule.
12th of January, anybody?
I mean, many of those dates, December 29th looks terrible. I have to admit that one, but
Yeah.
anything else I could kind of make go. Ian, I saw your hand up, and then Seth, I see you.
You did. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would through you to Jeff. What is the removal schedule at this point?
So we should probably talk about that in the next item.
Yeah, that's a posted agenda item to discuss the removal order next on the agenda.
Thank you.
Can we try the 12th of January if everybody's around? Thank God we're in Zoom because some people are on vacation, I would assume, in warmer climate.
January 12th works for me.
Seth, I saw your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So we have to make sure that the request to continue to a date certain actually comes from the applicant, right? Otherwise, we're we're missing the 21 days. So let's make sure we do that.
Yes, we will make sure we dot those I's and cross those T's, definitely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. I know the 12th would work for me. Hopefully that would give reviewers enough time. So I don't know, from the applicants, I guess we have Vince Murphy, and Steve Cohen. You've kind of been speaking so far for SBPF. Would you be willing to commit to a continuance until January 12th?
Madam Chair, I think that continuance to January 12th for a substantive hearing would be fine, but I think administratively that it might make sense for the commission to meet in December to discuss the rehearing issue and maybe set the schedule and those kind of things. So I would request that you pick a date in December for the preliminary issues, and then the January 12th issue, if we continue, assuming we continue with the substantive matters, that be in January.
Okay, Jeff?
Yeah, I might suggest, I totally agree for the substantive hearing on the 12th, but I do think if we wanted to, we could try to continue to December 15th for the rehearing discussion and try to get everything pulled together by then. If we need a backup to that, we still have our regular December 22nd meeting that would follow that. And if we need to obviously continue again, we can push to the 12th. But at least then there's a little bit of pace to what's happening, if that makes sense to folks. We can do that.
Yeah,
I do totally agree that the 29th is like the worst date ever. So
it's terrible. And that should, because the select board made it seem like they were gonna table the discussion about our council until December 14th. So December 15th, hopefully they would have made a decision for us. So Stephen and Vince, would you be willing to request a continuance until that date, Vince?
You open the hearing and make that request. I think from the town side, that's fine.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. So Seth?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't know how many more times we can say it to see if anyone will listen, but can we tell the select board that in light of today's discussion, a hearing has been scheduled for December 15th. We really need your decision on the 14th or earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping they're taking the time to watch this matter and view it. It didn't seem like they had maybe been following necessarily us as closely as maybe I would have hoped. But yes, I think we can make that point made. They wanted like another request with questions to come in, and I think we've generated that. Jeff, go ahead.
I was gonna say one option that we do have here. I think given the discussion tonight, and there's the obvious question about the rehearing limit and the two letters that have been filed, one by Mr. Murphy and one by Mr. Ronan, that I would be happy to put together a kind of a supplementary request like they had asked. And if you guys would like to authorize the chair to review and send, we could certainly have that into town administration and the select board, I would assume by Monday at the latest. Just to get it on their radar to try to accelerate it as quickly as possible. To let them know when those dates are and what the first discussion is, and we can certainly attach both those letters to demonstrate why there's the question.
So we really need them to discuss it on the 7th. So can it be an agenda item? Can you deal with them to see if they'll make it an agenda item so that on the 7th, so that Ben actually has some, forewarning? That seems to me absolutely critical. Thank you for letting me interrupt, Madam Chair.
Jeff, go ahead.
I think the request, Ian, would make some sense that if you guys were to authorize that drafting, to impress upon them that for a hearing on the 15th, that it would be great to have that opinion early enough to read. So a decision as early as possible would be much appreciated.
Also move.
All right, motion made by Mark. Is there a
I'll second.
Seconded by Ian. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
Zarelli,
Aye.
Landowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Okay, so Jeff will be in touch about that letter. And then again, I want to make sure I'm clear in doing this correctly because it's new and a little confusing. So I need to open this hearing and then they'll officially continue. So we'll open Sconset Beach Preservation Fund 49 through 119 or 41, excuse me, through 119 Baxter Road. We have Dwight Dunk representing this on our list.
Yes, Madam Chair.
So I think, Dwight, if you could just request those two continuances, we'll move on.
Yes, we just wanted to make sure that the hearing was officially opened. Since it's officially opened, we agree to the continuances as discussed.
So will you just state the December 15th for me?
December 15th, yes.
Okay, thank you. So we will continue this until December 15th. And thank you, everybody, for entertaining this conversation.
Can I add one more before we move on to the next item?
Yes, Jeff.
Since we tend to get a lot, if folks could get comments in writing as early as possible, so we can get them posted and distributed, so everyone has time to review. Most of these submissions for this tend to be kind of lengthy. So if we could get those, if anyone needs paper copies, please let us know. But we'll try to get information out and up as quickly as we can. So we'd appreciate as much lead time as we can get. Stuff sent day of the hearing or even the day before may not get distributed in a timely manner. So especially as we approach the 12th for a potential substantive discussion, advance reading time is critical. So
Well, I'm
thanks.
going to want a hard copy. That's what I do.
Yep.
No, there's nothing I hate more than seeing Concom emails on my teaching lunch break that pertain to that afternoon's meeting. It's like the worst.
Yeah.
So as early as possible would be amazing. Mark, I see your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Ashley. Just a recommendation or reference to Epsilon. I had trouble opening the specialized Adobe software that contained the application. I got a second mailing from staff that was very helpful, and I could open it. So I would encourage them to send it to us. Maybe in the Adobe software could be fancier for staff, but we need a standard PDF for us people who are operating on the Macintosh world anyway.
Thank you. Will, I see your hand up, and Vince, I see you.
Yes, thank you. I was just gonna say, I think they had to use like a cloud sharing service because the file was too large to email directly as a PDF.
Right.
And it just didn't work the first time for some reason for Mark, but it cleared up.
Thank you, Will. Vince?
Very many thanks, Madam Chair. Simple question. I want to confirm that we're okay for the substantive hearing on January 12th. We confirmed December 15th, but I don't know that we confirmed January 12th.
I think our first continuance is to December 15th. Am I correct? And then we would continue from there to the 12th?
Yeah, I think the 15th hearing is scheduled solely to discuss the rehearing limit. And then the first substantive presentation on the project, should we get by the meeting on the 15th, would be on the 12th.
I saw someone's hand go up and down and
Yeah, hi. Madam Chair, that was me because I was asking the same things as Vince to confirm the substantive hearing on January 12th.
Okay, perfect. So yes, we will schedule that for January 12th. So thank you, everybody. So we will continue until December 15th to discuss rehearing. And on January 12th, we will start, really getting into the NOI. So again, thank you, everybody. So this moves us on to the public meeting. We have SE 4824 geotube removal enforcement order, discussion of an extension request.
Do you want me to start this?
Sure, Jeff, why don't you go ahead?
Sure. So just to kind of run everyone through, the original removal order required, it gave a 60-day time window for that removal to take place. That date is currently December the 5th from when the judge's decision was registered through the courts. And that's 60 days from there. Prior to that, obviously, SBPF has filed for an extension to that date. And I know we've discussed it a little bit, but I think especially given the fact that it's 4 days away, we wanted to schedule this public discussion to discuss that extension request in public. So I'm happy to answer other questions or go from there, or if Madam Chair, if you want to turn the floor to someone else, you can certainly do so.
Thank you, Jeff. Does anybody have any questions at this point?
No, but I hand up that would this be the time to make a motion to give them another 60 days while we work through this, the other part of this?
So I think this is where we would discuss what would merit an extension like that. Yes. And what we would be requesting kind of in the interim.
Madam Chair, and the last time we talked about an extension, wasn't there a list of stuff that we had asked for before?
There was, and one of them was to have legal counsel to hear a new notice of intent.
Yeah, but I'm talking about what they have to produce before we can talk about an extension. We had a whole discussion about parameters.
Yes, so are you referring to the letter we sent, I think like mid-October, maybe?
Yeah, it was a couple of months ago.
Yes, I'd have to try and pull that up. Jeff?
I shockingly have it already. So there was the the statement below, and I'll try to summarize them because some of them are long. Whereas the commission has carefully considered these requests to suspend the court approved order and all other factors relevant to the implementation of the order. The commission's position is as follows. It does not support a further extension of the 2018 amended order of conditions. So that's the active permit SC 48/28/24. The terms of conditions of which have been effect under predecessor OOC since 2013. The commission intends to allow the 2018 AOC to expire on March 5th, 2023, which is its termination date. Then 2 was that the commission agrees that if by November 21st, 2022, SPPF or by itself or jointly with the town submits an NOI that does not propose an expansion by length of the current geotube structure. I can read that one further, but that's essentially what that point was. Number 3, if the commission has not issued an approval for such NOI by February 5th, 2023, then SPPF and the town pursuant to the order of special conditions will submit to the commission by March 5th, 2023, a written proposal for carrying out the removal of the existing geotubes. And then number 4 was seeking the authorization for special municipal council.
Thank you, Jeff.
I will also just really quickly, sorry to interrupt, Madam Chair. Number 2 did include the provision as a note on there that any applicant can submit whatever NOI proposal it wishes. And the restriction that was in there only related to the automatic extension.
Thank you, Jeff. Seth, I saw your hand up, and then Joe, I saw yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since the applicant has not submitted a notice of intent that, meets the clarification or meets the classifications we had asked for in that letter, and there's been at least some discussion, maybe never an official opinion, but at least some discussion that they're unwilling to submit that type of notice of intent, then we should require them to submit the plan indicating how the removal process will proceed. The other notice of intent application process can carry out at the same time separately, but we need to have that plan in place, with proper geotechnical assessment, removal protocols, everything. We need that in place from SPPF. Thank you.
You're not going to get that by Wednesday.
Yes, sorry. I don't think we're going to get that by Wednesday. I know we're not going to get that by Wednesday. I do support some limited time extension to allow them to produce that document. I don't know if I support a 60-day time. I might consider a shorter time period. But I do want to say that my reason for considering that is solely for the basis of ensuring a safe removal protocol or a safe removal if the project does need to be removed. And it has nothing to do with the other notice of intent. For me right now, they're 2 completely separate processes and both need to proceed accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Joe?
Yes, I don't support 60-day or more extensions. We'll be talking about this in December of 2023 at that rate.
Thank you, Joe. Ian, I saw your hand up.
You did, and I think Seth expressed exactly how I feel about it, and I also am grimly amused by Joe's comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. I as well agree that an extension could be warranted here. I'm more along the lines of like 30 days to come up with a plan and talk to those structural engineers. I think it would probably be wise to have that plan in place for any future NOIs for geotubes too. because I do remember at one hearing about this project, and I haven't found it yet, but you know, a representative for SBPF said it's as easy as taking a box cutter in front of those geotubes, which I think at the time we knew was not true. But that, you know, statement was made. So, you know, I think we need to make sure that whatever is going in, we can have the applicant remove effectively. Mike,
Madam
I see.
Chair, should we extend it past our meeting on the 12th of January at least? That's about 6 weeks.
I think that's something, yes, that we should discuss, Linda, for sure. I know we have a few more hands up. You know, I want to make sure because we're December 1st. So, you know, I want to make sure 30 days is realistic, but yes, I agree with that. Mike, I see your hand up, and then Jeff, I see you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to say with the holidays, I appreciate my fellow commissioners in 30 days request, but with it's almost 30 days of holidays, that could be a little difficult. So we perhaps consider a slightly longer period.
Thank you, Mike. Jeff? Oh, I think you're muted.
I might suggest we obviously scheduled a hearing for January 12th. Obviously we want to get it filed and getting it a few days in advance for people to read. But I think even if you scheduled an agenda item that read the same as this, that was at least a check-in on progress. And if progress is made or if the plan is completed, you can provide another extension from that point. But that's at least the date that we already know is set for some level of discussion with this specific group of people, that it may make it at least easier to have kind of measurables along the way, or see, you know, progress towards the goal of having some sort of removal protocol.
Okay. Thank you, Jeff. Is everybody kind of amenable to like a January 12th compromise? Seth?
Yes, I'm amenable to that date, but I'm not amenable to the premise that it would be a check-in. I think it needs to be a complete document by that date.
Thank you for pointing that out. I would agree with you that this does warrant agency in producing that document. And I would hope that it's well underway, given, you know, the judge's order a few months ago. Jeff?
I might say it may be good to ask the two applicants here where they are in that process or what's happening, because they would have far more knowledge on where they are and that time frame.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that if that's okay with you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, and you know, Vince has had his hand up for a while. I was
Sure.
trying to flesh out the commissioner's questions too. So I don't know, Vince and Stephen, if one of you would rather go first.
I'm fine deferring to Vince.
It's 6 of one, half a dozen the other. If Stephen wants to mention it, I was going to offer something from the town side whereby we have been working on this and we have required them to develop this document. That has been ongoing for a while, and all I can say is I've been watching it from the side point of watching the cake get made and seeing how difficult it is to get this planning underway. Even understanding the finances of it are interesting, to say the least. But I can confirm from watching and requiring SBPF to undertake some of these actions, they have engaged a geotechnical engineer. They're trying to see the logistics behind it and understand, from my point of view, as a coastal resilience coordinator in my previous position and what I've understood for the last few years, the potential risk. Risk means everything. And I want to understand what's the risk to the road, amongst other things, if there is any, and understand what might happen in the event of removal. So that has been one of the major things I've been pushing into this. In terms of other parts of how it's developing, I think Stephen can speak better to those.
Thank you, Vince. Stephen, would you like to take over?
Sure. So I will say, Ashley, I recognize that comment that you referred to because I believe I made it in terms of oversimplifying the process of removing the geotubes. It is true that, you know, and I'm obviously not an engineer, but essentially the way you would remove them is to cut them open, have the sand come out, and have a big, large piece of equipment remove the bags. However, that comment needs to be understood in terms of two things. One is that comment was made in comparison to the extreme difficulty in removing a rock revetment where you might have, you know, 4, 5, 10-ton boulders that would be obviously much more difficult to remove. And so it was a comparison to those. But also simply ripping out the geotubes through that process is not advisable. And what we're trying to do now is make sure not only do we understand how to remove them, but how to remove them safely, prudently, how to remove them in a way that would not, you know, undermine the road and force the road to be closed, not undermine the houses that are there to the extent possible, and to not cause an ecological disaster at the bank and kill all the wildlife there and cause the more erosion than would happen under storm events. So Mark Haley from Haley and Aldridge is essentially one of the best engineers in the state, if not the country, on these issues. He was actually the person who was hired by the town back in 2014 to do an assessment to determine what the danger was to Baxter Road in terms of when it would need to be closed in emergency circumstances. So he's already familiar with the project and has some understanding but did not work for SBPF at that time. He worked for the town. So he's currently undertaking a geotechnical assessment of not just how to do this, but how to do it safely and environmentally soundly. We expect to have that report hopefully in December, which would give us a chance to review it, submit it to the commission, have the commission and the public have a chance to review it, and then we could come back at that January meeting, and the commission could decide if it wanted to adopt that report or if it had questions and wanted to go back or forth. Now, of course, I hope that the commission will decide eventually not to require removal of the geotubes, but we are fully committed and engaged, or SPPF and the town are fully committed and engaged to preparing this assessment so that if ultimately that's the case, that they have to be removed, that it can be done prudently, safely, and ecologically soundly. And also in a timely manner. There is no intent or desire to drag it out. As I think one of the members said, if eventually there's a notice of intent that's approved, this process would likely be adopted within that as well. So it's part of those preparations as well. So, the short version is you should have a report in December that you can review in January. And I think we can commit to that as being coming from one of the most qualified people to present it to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. And I do want to clarify, I wasn't suggesting we take a box cutter, but just that was, mentioned before. I do want this removed in the way that you're doing it with, trained engineers and getting these important documents in line. So
I appreciate that. Thank you, Ashley.
Jeff, you had your hand up, and then Seth, I just saw you.
Just really quickly through you, Madam Chair, if I may. There's been a question that's come in. I may have missed him saying it, but someone has asked if Mr. Cohen could clarify which party or parties he is representing. I may have just missed it.
Yeah, for the record, Stephen Cohen, I'm an attorney and I represent Scottsdale Beach Preservation Fund, Inc., which is a co-applicant with the town of Nantucket here, and Vince Murphy is the spokesman for the town on this matter. Thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you. I was not doing a good job making sure people were stating that up front. Seth, I saw your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And just very quickly, thank you, Mr. Cohen, for your remarks. I think it's important that we move forward with this document independent of what other process ever happens in the future, whether these geotubes are ultimately removed or not. We need the correct engineered document in place to guide our decision to carry out removal if it does indeed happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Any other comments or questions? And if, or I guess we need to make a motion to extend the removal until January 12th, if that's what we are so deciding to do. Joe, I see your hand up.
What are the dates that we need to be aware of? There are 2 in December and 1 in January.
So we have December 15th for the geotubes. Then we
I
have a
thought there
regular
was-
meeting on December 22nd. And then we
Okay.
have January 12th to hear the new notice of intent for the geotubes. And if we make a motion, probably to extend the enforcement to that date, and as well hear the progress on the removal structuring.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll make a motion to extend the removal date for the geotube project to January 12th, pursuant to a requirement that a proper removal document is provided to the commission before that hearing date.
Second.
All right.
Just a second. I would like to add, so Seth, could you add to that something about a protocol? So that when you say a proper document, that you're actually referring to a removal protocol?
Yes, I'll accept an amendment indicating that the document includes a removal protocol for the geotubes, indicating a safe way for the geotubes to be removed and a timeline for the removal. That documents not only physical safety, but ecological safety as well.
Thank you.
Linda, do you continue your second?
Yep.
Okay. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Garrisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
Torelli,
Aye.
Landowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. Thank you again, everybody, for your participation. We look forward to the documents coming in.
Thank you to the chair and to the commission. I know this is something that you all care about and spend a lot of time and effort on, and we appreciate that.
Thank you.
Well, Stephen, if I may say so without too much levity, the idea of you out there with a with a utility knife is quite the image. Thank you.
All right, so that will move us on in the meeting to public hearing amended orders of conditions. We have Stark Point LLC at 16 Easton Street, represented by Paul Santos. You've stuck with us, Paul.
Yes, I watched a little of the Patriots and I'm still here though. Patriots game on. I forgot all about that.
Oh, it's Thursday.
Yeah. Although I think
How
they're
are
down.
they doing?
I think they're down by 2 touchdowns actually. So
Oh, nothing new there this year.
It's
Yeah.
17-7. And I'll drop out.
7. Okay. Okay, thank you. This is in continuation of an amended orders of conditioned request for 16 Easton Street. Property owner is Stark Point LLC. And I'm Paul Santos with Nantucket Surveyors representing the applicant. This is an amended order for the justification for a subsurface vault within the foundation system for a property located in the land subject to coastal storm flowage. So at the last meeting, I think we had kind of come up with maybe a potential solution here to mitigating the vault itself. Just to refresh your memory, the vault is approximately 274 square feet contained within the foundation system. We have added extra flood vents to mitigate the pass-through flood area. The issue that we were trying to mitigate, obviously, was the applicant's, the commission's concern that the vault would diminish the lot's ability to absorb and contain floodwaters. So what we've done is within the foundation system, so typically the foundation system itself here, ground cover is approximately 3,457 square feet. The vault is 274 square feet. So what we've done is, as part of the excavation for the foundation system, which would typically be in the cases in this area, they'll come in, they'll excavate out to just above the groundwater, and they'll completely backfill with stone, and then construct the footings and the foundation walls on top of a complete stone base underneath the structure. So what we've proposed is to expand the footprint of the base stone area to include the back area of one of the back indentations or porch areas. So what we would be doing was adding the subsurface foundation gravel base layer by expanding the area underneath the south-facing porch to include 12 inches of gravel, thereby creating an additional 346 plus or minus square feet of additional recharge area, specifically 72 plus or minus square feet additional, and the equivalent volume greater than the proposed vault. So we've taken the area, the 274 square feet of the vault, figured out the amount of volume that it would displace, and recreated in excess of that at the back portion of the dwelling at the time that we do the foundation system. So we've basically provided a subsurface compensatory storage area to mitigate the area that the vault would occupy, which we're talking about 274 square feet, and it's probably about a 12 inch wide, 12 inch thick base. So we've mitigated both the area and volume for that particular area. And that's also been done in the same area or flow path, if you would, from the harbor to Easton Street. So the plan, I believe there is a plan that we did submit. We show the vault, and then we show the compensatory flood storage area, which would be added, typically would not be gravelled area, would be added at the time that we do the base for the foundation. That is the plan. Happy to answer any questions that you may have with regard to the proposal.
Well, Paul, I appreciate you working through this one with us. So thank you. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think I've seen that updated plan, so I'm still a little bit confused. What would that area be otherwise if it wasn't the expanded gravel? Like what normally happens?
It would be the area below an elevated deck, typically a skirted elevated deck. So it would not necessarily be impervious, but for the most, it would be somewhat not enclosed, but it would not have that, typically that gravel base. It would just be in the area left in its natural state, whereas the foundation itself would be now is going to be a complete area of gravel. So I don't know. Do you have that plan, Jeff?
Like he's getting it up for us.
Okay.
My computer's running slow. It's 9:18. It's like the rest of us. Just give me a minute.
While he's doing that, if I may, so if I understand it correctly, it would just be like the existing grass or whatever it was under that deck, but then now it's going to be gravel instead of grass. Is that correct?
Yeah, it would be grass under. It would be completely. Typically, it's a covered porch. It's a covered porch, Seth. So, all right. So if we look at this, and we'll blow that area up. So where the building foundation is indented at the south wall of the building, and you can see it kind of where that stairway is. So that, if you look at the building elevations, that's a deck roofed over porch area. It's not enclosed, but it's a porch area. And then typically you'd have a skirting, say, along where the stairway is, then you'd have a kind of a screening because the building is going to be obviously elevated. So now what you'll have is that area will be, instead of just dirt, where typically it may just be dirt, it's never going to be grass, nothing can grow there. It'd be a 12-inch thick gravel area along that, within that entire area, which would mimic the same volume of what you would displace for the vault itself. I mean, the area under the vault is going to be gravel too, quite honestly. So the area underneath the vault will be placed on a gravel bed, but for this area, it would be strictly added area to compensate for the vault itself. And it's in the same directional flow path as the vault.
Thank you, Paul. Any other questions or comments for Paul? Should make a quick check. Any public comment on 16 Easton Street? All right.
I think they've all given up.
I know like your computer not working, my brain is starting to slow down too. Will, do we have everything we would need to issue the amended order?
Yes.
Paul, I'm assuming you want us to issue tonight?
I would love that.
All right. Is there a motion? Ian, are you making that motion?
I am indeed.
I'll second it.
And Joe got you with his hand, Linda. So I'll give him the second by roll vote. Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
Zarelli,
Aye.
Landowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. And that moves us to Phillips at 19 East Tristram Ave, represented by Paul Santos.
Thank you. Paul Santos with Nantucket Surveyors for the property owner and applicant Richard Phillips. This property is located at 19 East Tristram Avenue. It's been before you for approvals of notice of intent. I believe we've had some minor modifications, and we might have even had a prior amended order of conditions. By way of reference, this property is the home that's located on East Tristram Ave that was recently lost to the fire. The dwelling itself was completely lost. Foundation system will have to be replaced. The garage itself, which was actually within Concom jurisdiction, the dwelling was outside of Concom jurisdiction. The garage itself was damaged. There'll be some reconstruction work on that. And nothing that, again, involves this board. We still have a valid order of conditions. Expect that we'll be back at the beginning of the year to ask for an extension of that one, as obviously the work here is going to have to be extended past what we expected originally. But the application before you tonight is an amendment to the order seeking permission to add a subsurface drainage system within the driveway area to mitigate the site improvements associated with the house construction in the driveway, and to extend an existing drainage pipe that is underneath East Tristram Avenue, and that is actually subsurface and traverses through the existing property. Extend that drainage pipe by 10 feet or so to improve the vehicle access on East Tristram Avenue. This occurs within the buffer zone to a vegetated wetland. The drainage pipe is actually located within a ditch that is non-jurisdictional. There is, however, further back in the ditch, a bordering vegetated wetland associated with the ditch itself. So to recap, we're putting a drainage system in on our lot to mitigate runoff from the site to keep it off of East Tristram Avenue. And then we're looking to extend the drainage pipe to an existing ditch and then do some regrading to provide access to East Tristram Avenue. There is a set of plans that you have before you depicting the subsurface drainage system. We have had discussions, the neighbor to the south, the Paletters, Brian Madden actually represents them and had reached out to myself and the contractor for the project with some additional requests to mitigate what they felt might potentially adverse their property. We incorporated those into our design. One of those was to provide an additional to the drainage system, provide a vegetated berm to be sure that the flow from the driveway was directed into our drainage system and stayed off of East Tristram Avenue. And then they also asked if we'd be willing to, once we extend that pipe, stabilize the slope somewhat with some type of whether it's stone or riprap to provide some additional protection for that pipe inlet that exists. That area drains from the Paletta property into this area and then across our property. We've incorporated the berm into the plan that the commission that we've submitted, and we're happy to address the other issue with regard to providing a notation regarding some further stabilization of the existing drainage pipe to mitigate any runoff that occurs off of East Tristram Avenue. So that's the extent of the amended order request. The jurisdictional area that you actually have here is the buffer zone to the vegetated wetland, which occurs further to the south than the pipe off the property. And then the pipe itself, again, is essentially non-jurisdictional. It's just a pipe in a ditch. Happy to answer any questions that you may have. And I don't know if Brian is here or available to kind of, reiterate what I've just said. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I did see Brian pop on. Brian, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Yes, thank you. Brian Madden from LEC, representing the neighbor to the south at 2 and 4 Thresher Way. I just wanted to thank Paul for incorporating all the drainage improvements that we had requested, and look forward to ensuring the protection of the drainage ditch during construction and post-construction. So thank you very much, Paul.
Thanks, Brian.
Thanks, guys. Any questions or comments from commissioners? Looks like no. I'll just put it out for public comment. Anybody's even watching us anymore. Will, do we have everything we would need to issue the amended order?
Absolutely.
Paul, I'm assuming you'd like us to issue tonight.
Yes, please.
Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
So we're gonna have to, there was too many hands and too many people all at once, unfortunately. And Linda, I thought you were actually gonna get the motion and then you said second before I could.
That's where you even got the motion.
Even count the hands, yeah.
Whatever you want to do, I don't care.
All right, so Linda, I'll give you the motion. I'll give Mark the second because I saw his hand up in the whole group, and that'll move us on. So by roll vote, Beal.
Aye.
Engelborg.
Getting robbed over here, but
All right, Arisman, aye. Golding.
I don't feel robbed at all.
Nizzarelli.
Aye.
Landowski.
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
I'll pay more attention to you. That carries unanimously. Sometimes I lose hands in the fuzzy backgrounds, so I might not be getting you as much, but I'm sorry about that, Seth. It is not my intention. All right, so that moves us on. Thankfully, we have no RDAs. We have no minor modifications. We have a certificate of compliance for Holgate at 26 Monomoy Road.
All right, I'm gonna take this one. This was for the construction of the pool and some vegetation work. It was done in compliance, but we're recommending it with the ongoing conditions related to the maintenance and operation of the pool.
Does anybody have any questions for or comments for Jeff regarding this certificate? Would somebody like to make a motion to issue the cert with ongoing conditions relating to the pool? Joe? Are you making that motion?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Linda. You got to get your hand at least back on camera, Linda, so it's equal playing field.
One of those voices that are so disturbing you can't forget them though.
All right, so by roll vote, Beal, Engelborg,
Aye.
Harrisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
Mizzarelli,
Aye.
Landowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. And that moves us on to orders of conditions.
Were these mailed out?
Will sent them earlier today, maybe like three-ish, four-ish.
Yeah, it was a little bit late.
Hey,
I didn't get them.
I didn't get them.
I didn't get them.
I did get that.
I did
I
get
got them.
We'll re-email them right now and then everybody will have them.
I will say, Mark's bounced back for some reason from Jeff as well. It was something to do with email settings, like we couldn't send attachments or something. But I'll send them all out again now.
Thank you, Will.
Thank you, Will.
We can also share on screen if you have to, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say I have them all if we want to just screen share.
No, I want them. I prefer to read them on my iPad. So please send them out again. And, next time, would you mind sending out a normal email confirming that we've got them, please?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
There's a lot happening right now, so.
The first time, Ashley, we've been talking too long.
You lost your AirPods? The students keep
Wow.
them charged up all day somehow. You got to take one out. You got to really play it.
Well, they have portable chargers for those things now. They're tiny.
No, nothing coming through, Will.
All right, so we might have
Hang
to.
on a minute.
Yeah, and then go to the screen share if we have to, because it's 9:30.
All right, go for it.
I will gladly get them out to you later this evening or early tomorrow morning if we want to
We
just
have
go
to
with this.
vote on them if we're going to vote on them. Otherwise, they're off for 3 weeks. So no.
Well, I think we can vote on them with them being screen shared.
Screen shared.
We've definitely done that in the past.
Yes, you can.
So let's do the screen share. We're gonna start with 6 and 11 East Hollowell Lane, which I believe is Stephen Cohen, trustee.
Yep.
Yes.
Can everybody see this?
Yes, thank you.
All right. So 6 and 11 East Hollowell Lane. These are the conditions currently in the draft. Is there anything that we'd like to add or subtract?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, sorry, Seth, go ahead. I'm having trouble with this display.
I don't think our updated condition 19 is updated yet. We just have been saying at the end of that shall be removed and disposed of properly.
For the digester, wasn't it, Seth?
In most cases, yeah, but in some cases, no. So we're just saying properly disposed.
Okay.
I'm trying to pull up these orders too.
Making note of that.
Any other questions, comments, amendments? And if not, I want to make sure people have time to read it, but if not, if somebody would like to make a motion to issue as amended.
I'll make that motion.
All right, Linda's made the motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Mike. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
Mizzarelli,
Aye.
Landowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. Sorry, with the screen share, I don't have my agenda, so just give me a minute. That moves us on to, I believe, 34B Walsh Street.
I am recused from that one.
Great. Thank you for that reminder, Linda.
Will, did you try and send them out again?
I did. I
This is
actually tried to
bizarre.
send them individually today as well. I'm not sure what
Bizarre.
happened there. The only one that bounced back was Mark's, and Jeff actually tried as well. So I am honestly not sure what happened there.
I got mine in that 3:19 time frame.
Yeah, it should have been around 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock. I forwarded it to another email.
Okay, but you haven't tried to send it again then?
No, I can try again
Don't
now.
worry about it. Don't worry
All
about
right.
it. Okay.
So this was 34B Wall Street.
Is this the place to put in that we want to monitor the planting? This is the one that we sort of went from lawn to planting and the neighbors were concerned with.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. That's a great
So
addition.
I did throw in condition 20 here to present a yearly report, including photographs demonstrating condition, survivorship, a replanted area.
Thank you. My eyes are playing tricks on me at this hour.
Oh, I'm with you. It's been a long day.
And I've been thinking about this, and it's probably more of a question for Jeff, but a condition like this, I feel like we would want to be an ongoing condition at the end of it. Should we start stating this condition should be ongoing right in the order, or is that something that we should like continue to wait for?
I personally think that it would be great to make it an ongoing condition. Jeff just stepped out to talk to Vince for a minute. But
Madam Chair,
Yes, Seth.
I'll defer to Jeff, but I'm not sure that's how the process actually works because, the order of conditions, conditions the project within the 3-year approval period. And then the certificate of compliance deals with what to do with the project after the order of conditions is closed out. So I don't really know if we can say that.
No, it was just something because I'm like, there's certain conditions that we tend to continue on, like that reminder that was the idea, but I totally agree. They're 3 years. So
Can we put the lighting condition in here though?
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's away from, not downward and
Away
away from. Correct.
Away from, yeah.
Yeah. So we can add the lighting condition. Is there anything else on this one?
anything else, guys? And if not, would somebody like to make a motion to issue as amended?
I'll make that motion.
Right, motion made by Linda. Is there a second? Seconded by Mike. So by roll vote, Beal.
I thought Linda was recused on this.
Oh, I didn't know we were still on 34. Reading the next one.
It's a reflex.
Oh, you're just so excited to get going.
I have them all up on my
I was
computer.
merrily doing, and then I looked down at the line below, and I'm going, I have her down as recused. Okay.
'Cause I could open them all on my computer, so they're all open.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you, Mike. Is there a second?
Second, and thanks, Terry.
Won't be me.
Yeah, thank you, Terry. I didn't catch that this late. So Seth with the second by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
Mizzarelli,
Aye.
Landowski.
Aye.
All right, that carries with Commissioner Williams recused. And that moves us on to Koshulik at 27 North Liberty.
All right. So we talked about the 1-for-1 tree replacement.
Right, and
So
I'm
that'll have to be
3
added.
inch, 3-inch DBH.
Yeah, the 3-inch caliper 1-for-1 replacement.
I'm also curious here if we should make a finding about the mature trees relative to habitat, because like a sycamore maple, you know, we want people to remove those, but the mature tree aspect like requires that replacement. I don't know how other commissioners feel about that.
Well, the thing is, it's about those sycamore maples. They have about a 20-year lifespan. So they're mature fairly young and then they die and fall and literally fall over.
Right, right. So it's not about that. It's just, well, never mind. Let's scratch it. It's too late.
I was going to just suggest, and I don't know exactly how to word this or even if we can, but Mark made a good point about pulling stumps. You know, you destroy a pretty big area, pulling stumps. Can we say have the stumps ground? Because you can do that for planting.
I was going to
I like
ask
that,
if,
Mike. Yeah, good thought.
is it appropriate for us to condition that they are just flush cut to the ground and not stump ground at all? Because
Well, they're going to have to replant though.
are they going
Yeah.
to replant in exactly the same places?
Yeah, they don't want the stumps left. I got to tell you, and you probably know this, but according to Dale, they don't want the stump. They don't want anything left of those trees, those sycamore maples, Zippo.
I mean, I think you'd be hard pressed. I know we have people who, you know, work in the tree industry here, but from my knowledge, I think you'd be hard pressed to get that stump cut level to the ground without grinding it.
I've done it many times.
He's a tree guy.
But
Yeah.
the grinding at least allows them the ability to replant, which we're requesting.
Right.
Okay, so I mean, I think that would be a good idea, and that limits kind of the riffraff that might occur.
Yes.
So I like that. Does everybody agree about stump grinding condition?
Yeah, should it say stump grinding with debris removed? Just to, because it can get messy stump grinding too.
Absolutely.
I will agree to anything you want at this point.
I mean, yeah, I think the debris should be removed, or if we want to say it should be either flush cut at grade level or stump ground with debris removed. That gives them the two alternatives.
Yeah,
I think that's fine to add that in. I would say too, with the 1-to-1 replacement tree, this is maybe a minor thing, but it should say 3-inch caliper minimum, because they might not be able to source for, 3-inch Tupelos. One might be 4 inches, so that just gets the confusion out of there. And then I think also maybe this is covered under condition 21 in terms of survivorship of replanting, but maybe we should call it like specific survivorship for those trees. Monitoring and then replanting of any of those trees if they don't survive.
Yeah. I also had one other thing that I don't know if this is something that we can request, not to keep this going on forever. But I'm wondering if we could ask that there's maybe a couple different species and not just one. Maybe throw a couple red maples in, or some trees that will get to some good stature. That also don't mind wet feet.
Yeah, I don't know. They didn't agree to that during the hearing.
Right, then we can't.
We could maybe put it in as a suggestion. I know that's been put in before, so maybe when you put the caliper, the commission suggests some diversity or something along those lines. Jeff, I see you back with your hand up.
I think if you wanted to do that, you could pretty easily put a condition that says all cut trees shall be replaced by 3-inch, 3-inch caliper trees that are Tupelo or similar native species. And then they can put red maple in, or they have some flexibility. Or
Yeah.
you could put Tupelo, red maple, or other native species, and then they can do whatever they want from there. And if they want to stick with Tupelo, they can. Or if they want to mix it up, they can, and we can deal with it at a staff level.
Let's say minimum, I think it's the minimum 3-inch caliper.
Yes, we have that.
So how about adding diversity is to be encouraged? Or is that too middle school?
Monoculture is to be discouraged.
With all due respect to my other fellow commissioners, we're not talking about restoring a forest. We're talking about 4 trees.
7.
Seven trees. Even so, I mean,
Okay.
I appreciate biodiversity, but it's not like probably going to make any big difference on this specific site with the limited aspect of work we're talking about.
All right, so at this point, any other amendments? And if not, would somebody like to make a motion to approve as amended?
Move to approve as amended.
All right, so I'll give
Second.
you the motion, I'll give Mike the second. By roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Harrisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
Mazzarelli,
Aye.
Landowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Perfect, that moves us on, or that carries unanimously, excuse me. And that moves us on to Nantucket at 29 North Liberty, which is very similar. Do we want the same added conditions on this one to kind of streamline it?
Yep.
Yep.
Please.
Okay, so would somebody like to make a motion to include the same amendments and approve this order?
Almost.
So Mike made the motion. Linda, I'll give you the second. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Harrisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
Mazzarelli,
Aye.
Landowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. That moves us on to Sylvia at 63 Tennessee Ave.
Which one was that? I
That was
can't
the
remember.
septic system.
That was a septic, yeah,
Oh,
upgrade.
got you. Yeah, yeah.
Where did I? All right. So this has 18 and 19. Do we want to add anything else to the special conditions?
I think it's fine just editing 19 or adding all the 19s in all these.
This one miraculously does have disposed of off of property.
Hey, thanks, Will.
That was a leftover. The other one was a leftover from something I copied and pasted from. That's hopefully going to stop.
If there are no amendments, would somebody like to make a motion to approve as drafted? Joe's making that motion. Mike, I'll give you the second. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Harrisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
Mazzarelli,
Aye.
Landowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
That carries unanimously, and that moves us on to 24 Pilgrim Road, which was Hale and Lamb, I believe.
Oh, and not disposed of offsite. So this one needs that edit, as well as the fence is going to stop at the 50.
That's vertical fence.
What's
So
that?
it was a vertical fence, so that Seth asked that stop at the 50, and then they swap over if they want to split rail.
Split rail or something, which it was supposed to be a privacy fence, so they probably are just going to end it or whatever. But that would need to be a condition, correct? The
Yeah.
fence ending at the
'cause-
50.
Yeah, because we don't have a updated plan, so I think we could just
Right.
add a condition that says this
conditional.
order does not permit a vertical board fence to extend into the 50-foot buffer zone.
Yes.
That is correct. You can do that.
So we have that added condition about the fence. We have the amendments about the invasive species. Any other amendments? And if not, would somebody like to make a motion to issue as amended?
So moved. Second.
I'm gonna give Seth the motion because his hand was up there first, and Linda, I'll give you the second. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
Mizzarelli,
Aye.
Landowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
That carries unanimously, and that moves us on to Garen at 36 Pocomo Road.
Did that come with a landscape plan? Are we concerned with seeing a landscape plan somewhere along the line?
I don't think they asked for, they just asked for the pool, right?
I believe so for the 36 Pocomo. Yeah, it was just a pool and dry laid stone patio.
Yeah.
So we could say this permit does not allow any landscape changes. I don't know if that's something you'd want to.
Yeah, I mean, it says associated landscaping in the permit overview, so that's a concern.
Some pool landscapes can get a little funky.
A little wild. Do we want to just take landscaping out and leave associated grading and utilities?
Sure, because again, they didn't
I think that
request.
sounds like a good plan.
Yeah. All right, any other thoughts or amendments on this one? And if not, would somebody like to make the
Moved.
Second.
All right, so the motions have been made by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
Mizzarelli,
Aye.
Landowski,
Aye.
Williams,
Aye.
carries unanimously. And that moves us on to the Westmore Club at 10 Westmore Lane. I can feel the ending of this meeting, guys. It's a great feeling.
And this
I'm
one's
not
going
feeling
to
it yet.
need to be edited to include the vernal pool.
Well, the runoff, right, from the roof.
Yeah, but so just right from the start, I missed the vernal pool in the permit overview. But in the special conditions, we want roof runoff, some sort of roof runoff infiltration condition. And we said no fertilizer
Yes.
in the, yeah. So we'll put the fertilizer and agricultural chemicals condition in there as well.
One of the things they talked about here is doing the roof runoff into the system that sucks the water out of the tennis courts.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll direct all roof runoff to infiltration chambers or however they type that.
Cool.
Great. Any other amendments on this one?
I mean, I'm just really, I guess I'm just asking the question, but the neighbors seem pretty concerned with it, foliage being taken away. Is there any way we condition if additional foliage gets taken away that they replant it? Or I don't even know how you would interpret that one.
That's a great point, Mike. I mean, is this somewhere, Jeff, that we would make a finding of the importance of mature trees. I tried this one a few orders ago and it didn't work. But that we just find that they're important to kind of put that statement out there.
Probably would make the neighbors feel better that we listen to them.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could definitely have a finding that the maintenance of mature trees and their canopies are important for the protection of wildlife habitat.
Yeah, I think it might be good to add because even though a lot of the concerns we couldn't get at through our process, you do want to encourage public participation and feel like people are heard. So I appreciate that one, Mike. And I know the neighbors will too.
I would say too, if you really wanted to put it in, put for the protection of wildlife habitat and for the maintenance of wetland scenic views. That really gets to their concern.
Right, so if there's nothing else to add to this one, would somebody like to make a motion to approve as amended?
So moved.
A motion made by Linda, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mike, so by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
Zarelli,
Aye.
Landowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously. And I believe that moves us
shit.
on. Huh?
Sorry. Hey, Jeff, sorry, Ashley, may I interrupt? Jeff, I've just sent you the wrong letter. It's that time of night. I was planning on sending you the crack letter regarding chapter 91. I managed to send you the letter that we sent that Ashley signed. So please disregard. My apologies, Ashley. Thank you.
That's all right. All right, so that I believe is the end of our orders. So that moves us on to other business. Will, when you stop screen sharing, I can move on. My tiny computer just can't do it. Thank you. All right, so we have no extension of orders. Other business, we have approval of minutes from November 10th. Thank you, Terry, as always, for keeping us in line and keeping our minutes straight. We would be lost without you. Did anybody see anything in the minutes that they need amended? And if not, would somebody like to make a motion to approve as drafted?
I'll make the motion to approve as drafted, and then I just have a question about the 10-17 minutes. Will those be looked at our next meeting? The special regulation update?
That's a good question, whether it would go on the 15th, try and group it there, or just on our regular meeting on the 22nd, but they should be up. I think I would vote to put them on the next regular meeting, just to keep things separate, maybe.
That's fine. Well, I'll make the motion to approve the 10th or the 11-10 as drafted.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, so by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
Zarelli,
Aye.
Landowski,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. That moves us to discussion of regulatory update. And I know Jeff, maybe you have a little bit to share here.
Sure. I know we sent out the latest draft. There was a new section that we had added that I mined out of a section before that related to land under the ocean in our discussion with Pete Kaiser and Bob and Ray DaCosta and a couple of the other fishermen about bottom disturbance. We can go over that in more detail at our hearing if necessary, but I also wanted just to update everybody. I have been asked to attend next Wednesday's select board meeting to give them a brief update on the regulatory update and what we're updating and why we're updating, and just kind of a brief description. I can actually tell you the list of what information that it was. They just were looking for a couple paragraphs on, you know, what some of the amendments are proposed to do. Have we involved the public? Is there a state or federal mandate involved with any of these? And if they'll impact any of our departmental operations, those kinds of things. So I plan to be pretty brief and say it's just kind of a regulatory update that we do every so often. We should probably do them more than we do. And I don't anticipate it impacting our staffing levels at all. So I don't think it's a big change, but they asked us to come in and do that.
Thank you, Jeff. I know I had asked Jeff when I initially heard this request that maybe he add a little bit just about the Conservation Commission's jurisdiction, how our bylaw is structured, just because I still worry a little bit that the select board might not understand kind of what's allowable under the Wetlands Protection Act in our bylaw, and that we should be doing things like increasing protections when we're seeing, you know, damages to resource areas. And I'm a little bit concerned if there were to be any manipulation to a process that we've been going through. Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jeff, for being willing to provide the update, and thank you to you and Will for, you know, getting the latest draft and the summary of proposed changes in. I think everything's getting close to good, but the one thing that was a substantive discussion that I don't see updated either in the latest draft or in the change summary is the discussion of extending buffer zones out further. We talked about changing 25-foot no disturb to 50-foot no disturb and pushing back 50-foot no build maybe to a 75-foot no build, and I don't see that anywhere. And I think that I have advocated for that several times with relevant scientific reasoning and relevant examples from other towns' regulations. I would request that we include those changes. And I think certainly if we're going to give an update to the public on that, that needs to be within the update, or else we're going to get to our public hearing process and people are going to, you know, maybe think they've been blindsided. Even though the meetings have been accessible to the public, I really think that that needs to be part of the submission to the select board as well.
Sure, I can add that in as something that we've discussed. I don't think that's a problem.
Thank you, Seth. I would agree, even though this process is open. I think sometimes the public doesn't know how they can watch or view and kind of know the proper process. So hopefully, Jeff, you sharing that at the select board meeting will be helpful to everybody. Any other questions, comments, thoughts about the regulatory update? All right, so that moves us on to enforcement actions, potential enforcement actions.
Yeah, just to touch quickly, we've sent out a couple letters to some homeowners for some issues that we're going to try to get addressed. A couple of them involve some snow fencing on the beach, but they're still within their windows to get back to us from our response just to the office. So we might have a short update for the meeting on the 15th with those, if not the 21st. But most people, when we call them up, we just have it simply get removed and call it a day. So.
Thank you, Jeff.
But I will say Morgan and Will have been really on top of snow fencing, especially this year.
I know I've reported to Morgan a few times and she's gotten out there, so I appreciate it.
We're all a little afraid of Morgan, to be honest. She's gets after it.
All right, so that moves us on to reports. We have crack. Oh, you're muted, Ian.
He's asleep.
Probably just as well. You're right, Linda. I'm half asleep.
I'm waiting for my peanut butter and jelly sandwich now.
So Vince was before the select board yesterday to answer questions about a letter that Crack has asked the select board to forward to the DEP, Mass Waterways Division, to, basically supporting the requests that we sent in August that wasn't replied to. So, and the select board was unanimous in approving sending another letter with their imprimatur to hopefully galvanize slowly, anyway, some movement on the subject.
Thank you, Ian.
And I'll send the right copy to Jeff tomorrow and ask him to forward it to you.
Perfect. All right, thank you, Ian. Any questions for Ian? Not CPC, you're up.
Nothing to report?
I love it. All right, NP and EDC.
We did have a meeting before Thanksgiving, but I don't think anything was particularly of interest or germane to the Conservation Commission, so I'll just defer at this point.
Thank you, Seth. Commissioners' comments.
Yeah, I think in 10 years or 11 years, this is the longest meeting that I've attended.
I think, yeah, it's close. I know we've made it into hour 5. Now we're like into hour 6, essentially. I agree. We've made it, guys. Great job.
I would say what made the meeting for me is the lower right hand of my screen. Your dog has been curled up there snoozing the whole time.
I know.
Fun to watch.
Big has been.
She started yawning
In the back
in the
corner
past.
back there.
Well, as usual, Madam Chair, you were at a spectacular meeting. We'd be here until freaking midnight if it had been the HCC.
Well, thank you, Linda. I have to admit, this is probably one of the more challenging meetings to manage I've ever been through. But again, we did it, guys. So yay.
A little stressful too, come on.
Hmm?
A little stressful too.
Oh yeah. Oh, definitely.
I particularly have to say, Ashley, that I have to admire in general, I'm not speaking about the merits because I can't sit on it, how well you handled that issue with 34B.
Thank you.
I've been through it multiple times with them over the last 12 years, and it's challenging, and you did a very good job.
Thank you. High school teaching gives you the skills to manage just about any conflict that arises.
And that's pretty much what you had.
There we go. You know, you can always put your name forward for the State Department. We'll see you as a top diplomat in 15 years.
I don't know about that. But again, I want to thank everybody for participating in such a long meeting because this is a marathon. And if there's no other,
I'm sorry, I forgot.
So, my dog is Fig.
Fig. Okay, that's. Yeah. I had Finn in my head, but Fig.
Yep.
And thank you, Terry.
Yes, Terry, thank you very much.
And Jeff and Will for keeping with us. And we'll pass it over to administrator staff reports. I don't know if Jeff or Will or both of you are taking this one.
I just recommend a motion to adjourn.
I love it.
Second.
Yep, all there with you.
All right. So Linda,
Thank
are you
you,
making
everyone.
a motion?
Thank you.
I'm making that motion 500 times.
All right. Somebody second. Everybody seconds at the same time. Love it.
Second.
Everybody seconded.
Yep. All right. Beal.
Still waiting for ice cream, so I guess aye.
All right. Engelborg.
Aye.
Erisman, aye. Golding.
Aye.
Mizzarelli.
Aye.
Landowski.
Hi.
Williams.
Aye.
All right. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Have a good
Everyone have a
night.
great night. Have a nice weekend.
Good
Go
night.
Pats.
Bedtime,
Bye-bye.
people.
Oh, yeah.